do official roll call. Mr.
Yes,
Morris.
sir. All right. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Great.
All right, sir, thank you. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Edison J. Wanika. He's present. Okay. Chair, we have 5 members, constitute a quorum.
Thank you. To all the folks on the call, guest members, appreciate your attendance. I'd like to call on Brother Edison J. Wanika to provide the invocation for us for today's meeting.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Yate Penadanos Modo Adadesmos Agi Anos Yate Grishnidoli. Do Kehapa to the Zambehadit, the Shadot Nidigi Kachi Yada Di Nito to the Dilling. Heavenly Father, we come before Thee this morning. We're so thankful for all the blessings that Thou bestows upon each and every one of us. We're so thankful for the good night's rest that we had, and for this beautiful new day, another opportunity for us to take care of the things we need to. And we're so thankful for one another, for the support that we have for one another. And we're so thankful for our families, our loved ones, our neighbors. We're so thankful for that we have within the nation, our president, vice president, and all the council delegates. And we're so thankful for our speaker, for all that he does for the council. And we're so thankful for the leadership at the community level, the chapter officials, the Grayson, and the school board officials. And we're so thankful for all the leaders that we have at the county, state, and at the federal level. We ask Thee that Thou would bless each and every one of them, that they might be able to provide services that they've been elected for, that they might be able to, might all be able to work together for the benefit of the people. And we're so thankful for all the leaders throughout the world. We pray that they might be able to depend on Thee, that they might make righteous decisions through their prayers and through their becoming more in tune with Thee in all that they do. And we're so thankful for our parents, our loved ones, our children, and our elders. We're so thankful for the veterans, for all that they have done, and those that are still out that are still taking care of their responsibilities. And we're so thankful for all that we have, Father. And bless us that we might continue to fight this pandemic, that we might help each other, especially by taking care of ourselves. As we do, we help others, and that we might continue to communicate our concerns for those that are not being in compliance, and help them, that they might realize how important it is for us to continue to fight it. And we pray that it will be soon. And we ask Thee that Thou will be with us as we go through the agenda today, that we might be able to take care of the agenda in a manner be pleasing in Thy sight, that we might be able to help those that will be coming before us, that we might be able to make decisions that will benefit our people. and be with us, Father, in all that we do. And Father, bless those that are suffering, those that are mourning, those that are hurting, that they might be blessed with thy comforting hand and healing hands, Father, that they might overcome whatever they're going through, Father. And be with us, that we might always be mindful of the responsibility that we have, that we might take care of our responsibility each and every day, that we might be able to do so with thee in mind, that we might always be prayerful to ensure that we make the right decisions that will benefit the people, that we realign our lives, that we might always be an example to others, that we might be able to do so with a prayer in our hearts, and that we might always be mindful of all that we must do, might do so in unity, that we might learn to work together and help each other in all that we must do. And be with our people, Father. Bless them as they pursue their whatever goals that they have and whatever they have to do to ensure that they're there for their families. And bless our elders that they might continue to provide the wisdom that we need to continue to take care of the responsibilities that we have. Be with us throughout the day, and bless those that are traveling, that they might do so in safety. They might return to their homes in safety, Father. And be with us in all that we do, and be with us now as we take care of the agenda. And we ask thee thy guidance in all that we do. We humbly pray in thy Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you for that most gracious prayer. And let it serve as guidance for today. Colleagues, members of the HES committee, do you have any announcements?
Chair.
Oh, Cecilia?
Yeah, I talked to Wayne Claw with Homeland, that the home in Chinle. He said they're having I guess they're having a feast on Friday. That nil ahtan na kinda but nil ahno na kahit o kahit as far as HES members. I don't know if that's on Sadabiva. So I would really appreciate it, no? So 8 a.m., yeah, that's the only announcement I have.
Kusila. If colleagues can make it, that'd be certainly wonderful. Anybody else have an announcement? For myself, let's see. Friday will be difficult because first thing, 8 o'clock in the morning, we have a Eastern Navajo Land Commission meeting, and then right after that, then Speaker Egoff of the House of Representatives, New Mexico Legislature, is calling for a Zoom meeting. A recent redistricting map that myself and Honorable Jamie Henio participated in and approved and sent to the redistricting committee. that was submitted for the House, and we thought there was no issues. But now, I guess, certain legislative leadership have concerns and want to reapproach the All Pueblo Governors Council Redistricting Committee, the Navajo Nation Redistricting Committee, which is composed of Mr. Leonard Gorman, Mr. Jamie Hemio, and myself. And then, of course, when Speaker Damon is available, he has participated. So we'll be revisiting that issue on Friday. So it'll be kind of tough to go into Arizona to go feast on mutton. That would be the only thing. Committee members, there are no other. Oh, the Chair, Honorable Paul DeGay.
Thank you, Chair Chair, additional Vice Chair, members of HESI Committee, and those in the meeting here. Thank you. Good morning. I am presently attending a service for one of my brothers, but I wanted to listen in also. Just not really an announcement, should say, but a very troubling concern, I guess. And I have had pretty much a lot of calls about the chapter level laid out at the chapter officials not being paid. Some as far as 2 months ago. Three payments for their services. What they initial they're wondering what the hookup is. We're in the midst of holiday season, Thanksgiving. Christmas is around the corner. We really need to help our chapter officials. Community development or somewhere. Somebody is not working to make sure that the chapter officials are being paid. So again, it's not really an announcement, but I think a very important matter that we need to address. Thank you, Chair.
Miss Angelita Benali, perhaps you could extend a note to Chief of Staff, Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie, to provide us a brief update on the chapter officials' stipend. As I recall, BNF had funded certain agencies, the chapter officers, and there was that one question about the Western agency chapter official stipends. And there was an effort to fund it, and I can't, with an amendment during the comprehensive budget. And I can't fully recall what the council did. And so that would be a question that we could pose to Chief of Staff. But we'll take care of it as we proceed. Committee members, anybody else want to make an announcement? If not, then could we have our guests and visiting officials introduce themselves? as number 2 on our agenda.
Yat bene J. Elsa Johnson in Jia, US EPA Region 9, Banashnish. Adoshin Hodina, Ea, Hikinda Nilne. Shah, Nant I. Doshanai, Daniel So. EPA, can you also introduce yourselves? Region 9.
Good morning, Sona Chilingarian with US EPA Region 9, also on the phone. I'm a manager in the Superfund Division at EPA Region 9. Good to be with everyone this morning.
Good morning, this is Amanda Townsend. I'm a remedial project manager with US EPA.
Jesse?
Hi, this is Danielle Huang with US EPA. I'm also a remedial project manager.
Will?
Good morning, Krista Brown, US EPA. I've been working on the Cove Day School site and remedial project manager as well. Thanks.
Is Will
Good morning,
on the line?
This is Eugenia Quintana, Air and Toxics Department, Navajo Nation EPA, and I'll be doing a brief presentation on the radon testing at Cove School. Thank you.
Good morning, this is Will Duncan. I'm with US EPA Region 9. I'm an assistant director in the Superfund program. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Honorable Daniel So, James Benally in Cove Chapter President. Thank you.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. Thank you for allowing us to be on this call. My name is Wileen Benali, and I am the current Cove Day School head teacher / school administrator. And I will also be doing part of the presentation, or at least updating on the school reopening plan that we have to share. So thank you for allowing me to be on this call. Yeah.
Chairman, so this is Delegate Amber Canis-Bacrati. I'm on the call to thank you committee members for this updated report on Cove Day School. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee and Delegate Amber Crotty. This is Deanna Neswigishi, Navajo Nation Division of Social Services, Executive Director. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Raisita Toddy, Classification and Pay Manager with the Department of Personnel Management. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Marcus Tooley with Navajo Facility Maintenance Department.
This is Derek Franklin from Department of Education.
This is Judy Potero with Child Support Services. Good morning.
This is Lisa Crane with Sevier School District.
And Cody Workman with Richfield Residential Hall.
Good morning, Shananta and HAS committee members. This is Tommy Sosi with Office of the Speaker.
Good morning. This is Michelle Morris with Navajo Department of Health.
Good morning, everyone. This is Douglas Capitan with the Division of Economic Development.
Good morning. This is Arsenio Charleston with the Division of Behavioral Mental Health Services.
Hey, good morning. This is Christopher Vicente with the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission.
Good morning. This is Yat Ishinan Ado Shana. This is Melvin Harrison, LDA for Honorable Carl Slater. Thank you.
Hi, this is Nicole Begay. I'm the Program Evaluation Manager for Division of Behavioral Mental Health Services.
Thank you to all for introducing yourselves and for your attendance to this regular meeting of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. We appreciate your attendance, Ms. Angelica Benali. Let's go to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. You have your proposed agenda, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting, November 17th, 2021. Presiding, the Honorable Daniel E. So, Chairperson, and the Honorable Carl R. Slater, Vice Chairperson. The place is via telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. 1 is for September 14th, 2021, September 15th, 2021, September 20th, 2021, September 22nd, 2021, September 29th, 2021, and October 13th, 2021. 5, receive reports. A is a Cove Day School EPA report results, and it's a US EPA interior radiological scan assessment, and also the NEPA radon testing. And you have your presenters as listed. B, program information update. Presenters is listed as Judy Potero, the Child Support Services. C is a presentation by Utah Emory Telecommunications regarding project timeline and issues. And the presenter is Jared Anderson with Emory Telecommunications. D, an update by Richfield Residential Hall and Sevier School District. It's regarding the BIE contractual obligations to the Native American students attending Sevier School District. And the listed presenters are Lisa Crane, Director of Special Services and Federal Programs, and Cody Workman with Richfield Residential Hall. And you have your invited for the presentation are from the Bureau of Indian Education is Dr. Walter Coulter and Dr. Edie Morris and Miss Emily Arviso. We have E, a report by the Navajo Division of Social Services, and to receive a written report regarding having received a written report through an email alleging that social services personnel have not been paid for 2 pay periods. And you have your presenters as listed. Deanna Neswood-Gishi, the Executive Director, Dr. Fifilia Fowler, Division Directors for Human Resource Administration, and Ms. Rosita Toddy, Human Resource Director with Personnel Management, and Lita Sam, Supervisor at Payroll, Office of the Controller, and Robert Willie, Manager for Accounts Payables, Office of the Controller. F, report is the Navajo Nation Facilities Maintenance and regarding the proper and timely dispensing trash bags from Navajo Nation buildings. And the presenter for this is responded is Mr. Marcus Tooley, Department Manager 3. 6, old business, none. 7, new business, legislation 0195-21. B is to schedule a work session with the Navajo Nation Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services as requested by Dr. Michelle Brancer, Delegated Health Service Administrator. And you have your 8, close the meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. I guess there was an email that basically Dr. Brancer is officially now into her position, so it's no longer delegated. Committee members, what are your wishes on this proposed agenda read into the record?
Delegate Begay motions to adopt the agenda.
Fukushila Shachi. I recognize Honorable Paul Begay's motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Second, Monica.
No, Priscilla. Thank you. Honorable Edison J. Wanika is recognized to second the motion. Committee members, do you have any wishes on how, if you do have an addition, please put it forward. Okay. With that, committee members, there would be no additions or deletions. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Morning, everyone. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose, for check. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. So we'll go on to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. Mr. Mose, Ms. Angelica Benali.
Chair is Leonard. I emailed them out yesterday morning around 8:30.
Bushing. Committee members, how do you wish to proceed on the journal?
Motion, Wanika.
The Honorable Wanika is recognized with the motion to adopt the journal. Or
second, Delegate Paul Begay.
One. Oh, the second by Honorable Paul Begay. Any questions, additions, or deletions on the journal? If not, Mr. Mose, roll call vote to adopt the one journal.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Vote green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. We'll go on to item 5, receiving report. 5A, Ms. Benali, please review 5A with the committee.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your number 5 receiving reports. A is the Cove Day School EPA report results. And it's the US EPA Interior Radiological Scan Assessment, and also the NEPA radon testing. The presenters are Jess Cass with US EPA, Eugenia Quintana, NEPA Air and Toxic Department, Elsa Johnson, the Environmental Protection Specialist with US EPA Region 9 Superfund, and with the Tribal Lands Cleanup Section. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Okay. The first presenter with, I'm trying to find my agenda on the phone. So go ahead.
Yat bene ado oyat enan hildesh nilchnant Shea Elsa Johnson in Shea Island Shehin Schlit Island Bashes Chin Hanagani Dashinale Hashkat so Dashe or the Jishi Quet Nakin Desert that Shea and the house ne Edik Abijinast after Aja will touch near the Kagi I see a ya Badan Hine opening now a ya quet at the city. Ado ade na yo khat e yan hi en da sil kha ko ado Navajo EPA just did let so the chance ki shigi it it any rate down the any agent this kha nanan hi e ya di let so the chance ki to the radiation this na e ya but it holoni ki e ya ben yen da sil kha sil ko Ado di ada ultraigi isi ultra sa anigi kin bin da sil kha ado kwajo obi gajo kin tra nanas nel thon da sil kha bi de ado sto na ejo chuko ya kin sa nanas maintenance building de thon da sil kha ko ikini de yan da sil kha ko shin di jin ko ya ben ki han net dole ya the US EPA agent del national zachad agent let sopen yan da agent le the in the assessment del net ko the caution in has at in it hit so that thati no ba thati na ki I don't know hal ka de na na great a trolla kan the nas age na ki ko ado di agesto na ki ko eta ta inne e da ajn study sa electronic station e agesto e tratin do ba honel na e let so daske na na benane to in nast e ya Cyprus a max e japan da ajn sla ko ni e ya Washington ni ya e di be e ya it no e ole ni do ajo ta e yan hinan se de ni ado shik akodo e ya Jesse Cass e ya remedial project manager e shin kodo hado si o sa don't want to ni fetish David say that so e ya di Navajo AML sa ho e ya di sa ho said so e ya be da ajnishi that ende ko e kon sa ho that ita that the shit o sa ho e ya say it in the ik in the easy the ko e ya reclamation or yeah nanan hipen de nishi hipen yenda il kage ya remediation ko e our yast e henne e jo en hi ik nit e do e Argentina nish de Nielsen other achia ya Jesse Cass and his have net dole. Go ahead, Jesse.
Go ahead, star 6, unmute.
Hey, Jesse, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Apologies, everyone. I think Jesse was having some technical issues a minute ago.
Sona, do we have the slides up?
I think Chris is trying to put them up.
Okay.
Yeah, he says he's unmuted, but we can't hear him. Jesse, maybe if you can hear me, maybe you could log on via web browser. That's helped me in the past with Zoom.
Okay. Jesse? Maybe
I think he's
Krista?
just. I think he's just trying to log in through the web browser. So maybe if we give him 1 more minute.
Okay, thanks.
Ladies, whoever is the next in line to present, maybe you could be presenting while she's trying to log on.
Sure, that would be fine. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Alrighty. I'll do the next update for the Navajo EPA radon testing that was done. Good morning, everybody. She'e Eugenia Quintana Yenishia. Nishlinigi na kaidene and shlando hodang ni bashishin. Taban hadashiche do kintlachini dashanele. The Environmental Department Manager, Air and Toxics Department, Navajo Nation EPA. So we've submitted a number of reports previously. The first report that we prepared and submitted was in August of 2021. That was our radon testing project plan that just basically described our approach and methodology that we plan to employ when we were going to conduct the radon testing. Then on September 1st, we submitted an update report on our activities that we were undertaking. This update report was basically just to update everybody who was interested in the status of the radon testing. It also included some additional information regarding radon testing events that were already in the radon testing project plan. And there really wasn't much updated report because we did the testing and we were waiting for the test results at that time. But we did provide some information in there related to why it was important to do radon testing and some of the health implications related to radon. We also included information about mitigation and indoor air quality in general. After the conclusion of the testing, we prepared and we submitted a final report, and that was on October 8th, 2021. And essentially what the final report covered and reported was that we use 16 short-term passive test devices when we tested at the Cove Day School. We also broke that down a little further The testing was done August 27th through August the 30th. Thereafter, we picked up the test devices and they were sent immediately to the radon testing laboratory so they could start examining those further. So in addition to the 16 short-term passive test devices that we deployed, we also use one duplicate device, and the duplicates are primarily used for quality control purposes. So let's see, let me go back to here. The highest radon level that was found by the laboratory was 2.3 picocuries per liter. And some of you may recall that in previous meetings, we highlighted US EPA's radon testing protocol and their action level. 4.0 picocuries is an action level standard used by US EPA. So the highest at Cove Day School was 2.3 picocuries per liter, and the lowest was less than 0.3 picocuries per liter. The 2.3 picocuries per liter was in the main school building. We also tested 3 modular buildings, and that was at the request of the school and a number of other individuals. So the highest level of 2.3 was actually in the main portion of the school building. There was also another pretty small reading, and that was at 2.1 picocuries per liter. We did provide copies of the radon test results from the laboratory. We provided copies of the floor plan and where the devices were placed, and also the correlated radon levels were put on that map. And part of our the main, I guess, part that you may be interested in is that in our final report on the section related to conclusions and recommendations, we basically said that because there were plans for construction of a new Cove Day School, we were not recommending any further action at that time. And also, we included a few other recommendations. We included 4 recommendations, and our recommendations went along the lines of, for new construction, so this would be if a new Cove Day School was to be constructed, we recommended, number 1, the installation of a radon barrier in the construction of a new Cove Day School. The second recommendation is due to the fact that the geology between the buildings can vary widely, just as materials that are used to construct the buildings, we recommended that the new school building and all its attachments, like if they're going to be modular buildings or other parts of a school campus that would be new, we would like those to be tested for the presence of radon. The third recommendation was to plan and provide a schedule for regular ongoing testing for the Cove Day School and all the associated facilities on the school campus. And the fourth and the final recommendation was to obtain the indoor air quality Tools for Schools action kit, that the school could begin learning how to improve indoor air quality at the school, because other than radon, indoor air quality in schools can contain a lot of other related contaminants in the air that can be varying levels of discomfort to people that are in the school buildings. So it's not just elevated radon levels that we are concerned about. There are also other indoor air quality challenges that could also be present, and some schools are very concerned about ventilation, the condition of their HVAC systems, other indoor air pollutants. They can become concerned about moisture, humidity levels, and renovation and repair activities that might stir up some of these pollutants and contribute to the indoor air quality, a decline in the air quality in these buildings. We also sent a letter to the school after we received the radon results and let them know they were the first people that we notified about the test results, because more importantly, they are the ones who occupy the buildings. And we also included some other fact sheets and references to some online resources related to indoor air quality and radon testing. So that pretty much concludes and summarizes the final report that we prepared and disseminated on our radon testing at Cove Day School. I don't know if anybody has any questions, if there's anybody who would like to receive additional copies of these reports, I'm more than happy to send these off to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. Committee members, any questions? Shemayaza, Honorable Amber Temesbach Crotty, you can join in on questions if you wish to.
Oh, yeah, Chairman, so committee members, thank you, Ms. Quintana, for the report and the presentation. I think it's wonderful news that the Cove Day School is under the threshold of the EPA recommendations. I think, Chair, in with the committee hearing the impacts of possible radon exposure, I think this also lends to how we can support the committee directive with our schools and actually all of our buildings that are on Navajo Nation to be tested for radon, since it appears that it's a simple test, and there's support to make sure that our buildings are built in a way that enhances ventilation and reduces the impact of radon, as it's a natural occurring in areas of uranium impacted areas. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the committee for being diligent and supporting the community as we navigate how to create or continue to strive to create great educational working environment for not only our students, but our teachers and the community, as it is a community school and a lot of functions are hosted there. So thank you, committee members.
Okay, some other committee members, anybody else want to question? Okay, for myself, Ms. Quintana, with the 16 passes that you spoke to the monitors, is 3 days long enough? A period of 72 hours. And then the other is, you mentioned that you recommend a radon barrier be installed in the new construction. Describe the radon barrier. Then the third question is, with your review, are you recommending that the new construction remain at this site that's selected, there was previous discussions that there might be the approach of selecting an alternative site. So those are the extent of my questions. Ms. Quintana.
Thank you for your comments and your questions. Let me start with the first question about whether or not 3 days is enough to test. There's actually a protocol involved. There are standards and protocols involved when radon testing is done. And a short-term test, we did a short-term test. That's what we did. We used a short-term passive device. And short-term testing is less likely than a long-term test. So there are short-term tests and there are long-term tests. A short-term test is less likely than a long-term test to inform the occupants about what the year-round average radon level is. A short-term test we use, short-term testing provides for very quick results. And depending on the radon test results from an initial short-term test, the short-term test can be followed by a second short-term test. And the second short-term test can help occupants decide whether they would like to pursue long-term testing or whether to address the radon levels through various mitigation means. Our short-term test that we did really gave us just a snapshot of what the indoor radon levels were. I think that if our short-term radon test that we did, if it came back, I'm just using an example here. If it came back at 13 picocuries per liter, we definitely would have wanted to do a second test right away. We would have taken those two tests and average those out to get a quick result. The best way to get a year-round average radon level is to use a long-term test, and the long-term test typically stay in place for 6 months, and that gives you a better year-round average of the radon level of that particular location. The long-term radon testing, that involves using a different type of detection, such as the alpha track or the electret detectors. And what we use, we use air check short-term radon test devices. Your second question related to what a radon barrier is. Radon barriers are, they're what we call flexible, impermeable membranes that block radon so it can't enter a building. It's like this. It's like a. I'm trying to just find a way to describe it. It's like a sheeting. It's almost like a. You can imagine like a plastic, heavy density sheeting that's rolled out, and that's what makes it impermeable. It's puncture resistant. It's got low density. Typically, it's made with some type of polyethylene material. It also has features such as reinforcing grids. So that's what a radon barrier is. It's very inexpensive. It doesn't cost like in the $10,000 or anything like that. It's very inexpensive. There are many jurisdictions throughout the United States that install radon barriers, particularly in areas where there seems to be high levels of radon. And I'm not too sure, I couldn't really hear very clearly what the third question was. Can I ask if you could repeat what the third question was?
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. The third question is, in previous discussions, there was the talk of looking at an alternative site away from the current site. Was that ever considered?
With regard to looking at an alternative site other than the current site, if the question is kind of like related to because of the radon results that we got, would it be advisable to consider looking at an alternative site to build a school? Is that what you're kind of like asking?
Yes, that was one of the, like I said in previous discussions, that was basically what the committee presented.
For myself, I'm not, I have to maybe kind of like defer that question to probably the school and whomever they are working with, because I'm not involved in any of the design build process. I'm not involved in that. I haven't been involved in the site selection, or I haven't been involved in the site suitability analysis that I'm sure the BIE and the school are heavily involved in. From the perspective of the radon program and looking at what we encounter throughout the Navajo Nation, I will say though that we are very interested and concerned about irregular radon testing among all schools right now on the Navajo Nation. We have not seen regular radon testing being scheduled among all schools, with the exception of the Head Start centers that work with our radon program to help train their support staff to conduct their own radon testing. Other than that, the last time that radon testing has been done among all schools on the Navajo Nation was way back in like the late 1990s. And I will reiterate again also that, you know, there really are no safe levels of radon. A safe level of radon gas would be no radon gas whatsoever. The U.S. EPA, they do have an action level that they would like the public to take when they have a radon level that shows that their indoor radon level is 4 picocuries per liter or more. And also the World Health Organization, they also have also recognized a different indoor radon level to take action at, and their recommendation is occupants should take action if their indoor radon level is 2.7 picocuries per liter or more. And I just think it's real important also to ensure that testing ensues for all the schools, because I know everybody out there is very concerned about the health of our Navajo children, all children on the Navajo Nation. And there are some schools that, like the Head Start centers, that are very committed to providing health and safety environments, safe and healthy environments for the Head Start students and for their school personnel. So I really can't speak to looking at an alternative site. The fact that the radon levels that we found within the Cove Day School were not at or above 4 picocuries per liter or more, that would not be, I don't believe, reason to look at an alternative site just based upon the radon levels alone. And we do strongly encourage school personnel and administrators and those planners and designers involved to really consider using radon-resistant new construction. It has been done at other locations. The most recent that we know of is at the NTU campus in Chinle. That building is designed with radon-resistant new construction. So I can't really say very much about looking at an alternative site for a school just based on the radon levels right now, because they are below 4.0 picocuries per liter.
This is Elsa. I think it's also important to know that let's see, am I on?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We
All
hear
right.
you.
So yes. So it's important to know that radon is not just confined to, certain communities. It's everywhere. I think that's one thing that maybe Eugenia can expound upon. It's important to know that it's basically everywhere. Eugenia, can you explain that, please?
Yes, I think we've covered some things like this in some of our previous calls, but I think there's the area of radon is very huge. When we inhale radon at levels greater than 4 picocuries per liter over long periods of time, that's what poses significant concern to our health. That prolonged exposure to radon and its decay products, that increases the potential to develop lung cancer. So it is concerning to us that the potential threat to human health from exposure to radon is always going to be there, because it is everywhere. It's ubiquitous. And that's the reason, we really encourage everybody to test, not just schools. I mean, we should be doing that, testing in our homes as well. When it comes to a building, the amount of radon in a certain building also depends on the geology of the area. It also depends on not just the geology, it depends upon the building design, the ventilation of the building, and also the amount of the force that, it's the amount of force that sucks or draws up the radon into the building from the soil. Ventilation in the building and that force that sucks that radon into the building or a home also can vary depending on the weather. Those two things can contribute to differences in indoor radon levels. Cold weather, for example, that can cause a building or the occupants of home to turn on heaters and furnaces. And when a building or home has radon gas, the furnace or that heating, it causes something that's referred to as like a stacking effect. And that stacking effect is basically the movement of air into and out of buildings or homes. If you can just imagine in your mind, a building or a home is alive and it's breathing, and just the movement of the gas in and out of there, it causes that kind of effect. Call it like a stacking effect. So when the home or the building heats up, hot air gets pushed up and out, and then the cold air from the foundation is sucked up into the building. And when the cold air is sucked up from the foundation, it is likely that the radon gases are also going to be drawn up from the foundation along like spaces and cracks along with the cold air. So that's just an example of some of these factors that contribute to different radon levels. Other contributing factors, not just with cold air, but things like wind and rain, heat, the time of day, is it morning, is it night? So even the wind and the rain can also contribute to the stacking effect, and thereby also contribute to the differences and fluctuations in those indoor radon levels. So because of all these differences, it's important to test for the presence of radon. And we think it's also equally important for builders, project proponents to look to using radon-resistant new construction. When you do this early on, before a building is actually designed and constructed, you put in the, factor in the radon-resistant new construction. It's like a preemptive move to ensure that radon levels don't ever really get to like 4 picocuries per liter or more. If a building becomes built later on down the line, when there's radon testing involved and you see high radon levels, and by high I mean anything over 4.0 picocuries per liter, the occupants may decide to mitigate or reduce radon levels, and they have to do that primarily. What we see people doing is to install a radon mitigation system, and that will end up being more costly to install than if radon-resistant new construction was done early in the process and a radon barrier was used. I hope it doesn't sound too scary, but it is everybody should be concerned about there are no radon levels.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. Describe one more time the radon barrier. Let's say foundation for a structure is dug. Does the barrier lay all the way across the proposed square footage of the building and beyond? Ms. Quintana. Committee members, did you hear my question?
We heard you, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, I guess Ms. Elsa Johnson, I thought maybe you can assist. Possibly often kilos at this barrier. Which a foundation that this area the
Jo se strate ade ishidi ha ijo to inda aro do halchinda ko a tsoko se strato hollon do uranium impacted communities le kot an has ani edo a ko ekit that a tsoko hot in Hiran, the she that so I'm not in the construction. I used to be in construction before, but I did not know I'm not familiar with the radon barrier, so I cannot answer your question. Maybe my colleagues can, though. Jesse Cassie's now.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello, sorry, this is Eugenia. I dropped off the call or something. I don't know what happened. The question was about the radon barrier. The radon barrier is basically like a thick plastic sheeting. It's heavy duty plastic. It's about a 6 mil polyethylene plastic sheet. What they do is they roll that out on top of the gravel if you're going to do like radon resistant new construction. That will go down when the foundation is being put in place. they'll roll that on top of the gravel, and that prevents the soil gases from going up into the building or the house. And this plastic sheeting, it also helps, like it will help keep the concrete from clogging up the gravel layer when the slab is poured, if you're going to be doing slab on grade. And when there is like radon mitigation that is done, and this will be done after somebody tests a home and finds out that they have radon levels that they need to address and take action for. If the building itself is, if it has some room underneath the flooring, the workers will get under there and they will also put gravel down. If there isn't gravel on there already, they'll put gravel down, they'll go under the house, and they'll roll out this plastic sheeting before they start putting any vent pipes associated with radon mitigation. And the vent pipe will then be run from below the building or home, and it'll be a PVC pipe, and it'll come up vertically from that gravel layer. There'll be a little motor attached, and that basically just continuously works through any radon gas that's under the building. And when that type of radon mitigation is done, it's the occupants will need to routinely test their home for radon as a way just to make sure that the radon mitigation is still working and it's still running. And I haven't known of any cases anywhere where the radon mitigation system has stopped working effectively. So that radon barrier is basically just plastic sheeting. It's very thick plastic sheeting. They'll piece it together if it doesn't fit all the way across, and it's just done all under the flooring, where the flooring is going to go. And of course, they'll work on doing some sealing and caulking. Make sure there are any, if there are any openings or cracks, crevices in the concrete foundation, make sure that those are all sealed up as well.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana.
Thank you.
Members, anybody else have a question? Ms. Cass, are you on the call now?
Yes, I am. Are you able to hear me this time?
Mr. Cass? Mr. Cass. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No worries. Are you able to hear me this time?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, forgive me for the technical problem before. I had to sign back in on a different microphone, but it's good to be with you this morning. Thanks for the invitation. So thank you to Ms. Quintana for going first and discussing the radon results, but I'll take a step back for a moment and kind of describe the whole investigation that US EPA and Navajo EPA did jointly in August and September. And just as a reminder for everyone, since I think we haven't addressed you since August, US EPA and Navajo EPA worked together in response to a request from BIE, the Bureau of Indian Education, to investigate the interior of the school, since we had the technical capacity, the contracting resources to move quickly. And the reason we did this was after seeing the elevated areas that were found outdoors by Bureau of Indian Affairs as part of planning for construction of the new Cove Day School. So I'm not here to talk about the outdoor area today. I know we've spoken about that a month or two ago, but it's not that we found any concerning levels inside the school that triggered the investigation. Instead, it's that the elevated areas outside made us say, okay, we don't have the same kind of data inside of the school. So out of an abundance of caution, let's go make sure there are no hot areas in the school itself. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So as Ms. Quintana covered, investigation had two portions. There was the radon assessment that she described in late August. And then in early September, both agencies came out with our technical contractor, a experienced radiological firm, does lots of health physics work, and did a very thorough gamma radiation survey of the school building, the modulars, and the maintenance shed, including some of the surrounding areas as well to look at background. I'll describe the results briefly in a moment, but just to sort of cover them all in one place, we scanned gamma radiation throughout the school and then took a number of other kind of measurements to support those results, in addition to additional radon sampling in the school to support what Navajo EPA Air and Toxics had done. Next slide, please. Okay, so the main assessment tool for the school and buildings is what's called a surface gamma radiation scan that uses a industry standard sodium iodide detector. Thank you, Krista. You can see the detector there in this photo. The detector itself is on the front. You can just like point to the probe there. That's what's actually measuring gamma radiation. And then our contractor has a cart that logs all of the data and takes really accurate location, so we know exactly where the measurements are. So you can see those results up on the figures here. Taking this kind of data allowed us to collect kind of complete like 100% scans in any of the accessible areas where students or staff could go. And to summarize quickly, the results from this kind of main survey tool were readings between 1 and 2 times the outdoor background readings. And that may sound strange for a moment, but it's actually a very typical result for building surveys, particularly buildings made out of cinder blocks or bricks. And the main building, building 308 here, maybe you could circle that. Building 308 is made out of cinder blocks from the 1950s. So it's very typical to find readings a little bit higher than outdoor conditions just because of the contribution from the walls themselves, and the cinder block materials typically have just slightly different naturally occurring radioactive materials. So those numbers are not a health concern. Those are not those are sort of within the range of variability that we see in buildings across the United States. So that was good news in all of the buildings that we saw. And again, the variation, the reading is really kind of straightforward case of just contribution from those cinder block walls. Okay, next slide, please. All right. So now to back up those results, we took a number of additional kinds of measurements that I'll describe quickly. The attempt here was to really sort of pull out all the stops and take multiple measurements in lots of different ways, partly just out of an abundance of caution because we have, you know, students in a school building, and partly because we don't want to have to go back again. We want to be really thorough up front and get a clear result now rather than potentially needing to return again so that we don't delay reopening the school or anything like that. So these additional measurements included on the left-hand side, you can see high pressure ion chamber, a really high precision kind of gamma radiation instrument that just confirms that the 100% survey we did is showing accurate results, and the results were very consistent, looked good here. So that was a good check. And then just to double, triple check things, we also took a dense grid of measurements with a different kind of radiation meter that looks directly at the dose that human tissue would receive. And it's just a good way to confirm that if there were any kind of elevated areas like BIA found outdoors, that we would catch that in case we'd somehow missed it. And same results here, all looking very consistent. We're not seeing readings that were of health concern, and the variation in readings are all explained by the cinder block material and just how the walls are laid out. And then in addition to this, not shown on this figure, but we also took some special kinds of gamma radiation measurements that look at the actual energy ranges of gamma radiation that let us confirm that the building materials we're seeing are kind of typical cinder block and other kind of, concrete building materials, rather than what we might see if there were fragments of mining material. So we don't see any kind of really high spikes in uranium levels that might say, oh, wait a second, we somehow got mining materials mixed in with things. So that's really good news as well. Next slide, please. Okay, and I'll just quickly summarize radon results since Ms. Quintana covered it in more detail. We took two different kinds of radon measurements. She just described the short-term measurements. That's over on the right-hand side. You can see the bottom photo shows one of the essentially the measurement devices, the instruments you lay out for the weekend that took those measurements. As Ms. Quintana said, the highest readings seen were 2.3 picocuries per liter. And again, the EPA recommended action level is 4 picocuries per liter. Just to cover our bases, to be sort of doubly sure, we also took a real-time radon measurement instrument out. You can see that in the top photo laid out, and just had that running during the few days we were out in September. And again, that's just as a double check to make sure we're not missing anything. We didn't see any readings above 2 picocuries per liter on that, so all very consistent. I'll sort of emphasize a bit of what Ms. Quintana said earlier on. These readings are well below the level where you would normally take an action due to radon or even conduct additional tests under normal circumstances. So that's really good news here. Those are, just for context, sort of 2 picocuries per liter is a very typical indoor radon level in the Western United States. You can get higher, you can certainly get lower as well. But those just represent natural radiologic materials in background, right? You can look at a number like that and say, well, why isn't it 0? It would be, be better if it was 0, but the reality is just there is natural radioactive material in our entire environment, and that produces some radon that you'll always get in buildings. So I think good news here as well. Next slide, please. All right, so just a couple of kind of additional points to take in, and then I'll jump to our recommendations. So from the measurements we took, especially those gamma spectrum measurements, the radiation found in the building is due to the cinder block materials and just the basic geometry of the walls we're seeing, and does not seem to be from mining related material. And to add to that, we were able to look at the historical records for building construction, and the cinder block manufacturer in the 1950s, where these came from, were in Farmington, so away from the mining district altogether. So that's also a good sign that there shouldn't be mining related materials in the school building itself, even if, obviously those elevated areas were found out on the ground. So that's really good news. issues. So bottom line is the school is not constructed from uranium mine related material. There, those elevated areas outdoors are a different story, obviously, and we can discuss those separately, but we went into the school to see if the same kind of conditions occurred anywhere in the school, and they don't. Recommendations, next steps. If you take nothing else away from this presentation, it's this. The school is safe for continuous use by students and faculty until construction of the new day school is complete. So it really is okay for reopening. And US EPA and Navajo EPA are working with the Bureau of Indian Education on a reopening plan and on temporarily fencing off the outdoor elevated areas on the school grounds so that everyone's okay to reopen. And simultaneously, Bureau of Indian Affairs, DFMC, that's their construction division, is working on a plan to remove those outdoor elevated areas as quickly as possible ahead of construction activities. And US EPA and Navajo EPA are consulting with them and reviewing their plans. So in terms of the interior school, I think we've got some good news here. Any questions or comments?
Committee members, questions?
She has Chairman. So this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Oh, may I just go ahead and let the record show that Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton is on the call also. Go ahead, Shemayaz.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the recommendations, do we have solid timelines in how we're going to move forward? So Chair and committee members, as representing this school in my district, it was back in 2015 that we secured the allocation for the building of the school. And our challenge has been, this is the only school left on the original school construction list. Now there's currently, and as you may know, and maybe in your own district, you've seen your own schools being developed, which is great, like at Luchkai and in other areas. But this school needs the support of our Navajo Nation executive offices to push and help and assist the community to keep BIA facility or DFMC accountable in terms of their timelines. It's been 6 years, and I understand now with these current challenges, which do need to be addressed, but I'm also asking from the support of the committee and those who are on the line in terms of what is the timeline moving forward. In our experience as a community, we've had to wait for consultants or individuals who need to survey the land, and we had to wait multiple years. And so it just doesn't seem that the school is a priority for the unit, and how can we move forward to make sure that the community sees the school being built. And also in terms of US EPA and Navajo EPA, I would ask what is the timeline when it comes to the reopening plan working with BIE? I need a month and some kind of date to keep the entities accountable, and when the fencing will be constructed, and then what is going to be the timeline on working to remove these elevated areas. Secretary Holland has asked my office to provide a list of concerns in terms of how BIA can better meet the needs of Navajo Nation, and as our trustee, and this is an area that I am pulling together to make my recommendations that being part of these discussions, this community has, I think this has been drawn out long enough, and we need individuals on the line to prioritize this. Thank you, Chairman So and committee members.
Chairman So, Shania, this
Oh.
is Elsa. That question regarding the timeline is, I imagine, Willeen Benali. She's the head administrator for Cove Day School. I believe she's going to be talking after us here. And then I just want to point out one thing. Those hot spots, we've seen them. And I just wanted to say that they're not naturally occurring. So the thing is, you have to remember back in the 50s, 60s, all of that mining happened up on There was two ways of bringing the ore down. Mesa 1 and 2. When you're standing at the school and looking south, on your left is one road that veers off to the left. A Mesa 1 and 2 go atin. Nana kujo najo ki the right side kujo that not the teen. A Mesa 2, Mesa 3, 4, and 5. Those two roads, they converge right close to the school. And then if you guys just look, a few yards backwards to the north is the transfer station. From there, they would take the ore from the transfer station out. So in talking to a couple of miners, I was told that oftentimes when those big trucks, so you're looking at two haul roads, one to Mesa 1 and 2, Nanakuja 2, 3, 4, and 5, and they converge really close to the school, where the school is now. And that was before the school was built. And so the two miners that I have spoken with have told me, Navajo miners, said that whenever there was a flat tire or if the truck broke down, those trucks had to just dump their load. And so, in order to change a flat tire on those big trucks, you pretty much, back in that day, I guess, it probably wasn't. And then you have to also remember that the ground sometimes is soft. So they do have to dump their load. So basically that's what, I'm thinking. That's probably where those rock, they're just the Kushinas, just a few, maybe 3 or 4 that are there in 4 different areas of the school. And then 2, the ore is found much further up the mountain, Morrison Foundation. So it's not down below. So I think that's just basically ore that was dropped probably from the mining era. So
Chairman, so this is Delegate Crotty.
So, thank you for giving up a good visual description on the site. Samaya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm trying to understand, so US EPA with those statements, so this community has been impacted, and having relatives there and miners who are gasping for air because of their exposure. I think I'm not taking this lightly in terms of what was found on the site, because the children and the generation that are going to school there, in their genes, in their chromosomes, have been changed because of the exposure. And so I think I would ask that US EPA be very careful with your words, because the 3 or 4 high-level radiative rocks are there on a campus, on our children's campus, and there's been multiple attempts for cleanup. And so I think someone needs to take responsibility, and that's why I'm asking for what is the timeline. And I would say, I don't think anybody on the call, if they knew they had 3 or 4 high-level contaminated rocks in their home, would just say, well, there's just, a few rocks because of this reason. We would all rally together and try to clean that up to reduce the exposure. And so those rocks have been there, if that scenario is correct, for the last 50 years. And so what impact has that had on anyone who's been on the campus? And that's the lens that I'm coming in terms of how we deal with cleanup here on Navajo Nation. What's the legacy of uranium, and especially what are the health impacts? So thank you, Chair. I would like to, I'm not sure if Ms. Benali would have the information that I requested regarding timelines, and understanding that she's a principal with BIE, but I'd like to know from you as EPA, Navajo Nation EPA, when those areas, because it says you're working with BIE on a reopening plan and fencing off. So I'd like to know that timeline. And then for BIA, when do you plan to remove the other elevated areas as part of the construction activities? Thank you, Chairman So.
Chairman So, I'd like to just respond to Delegate Crotty. I did not speak out of, it wasn't just a nonchalant statement that I made. What I was trying to say was that the ore is found further up, and we are pretty, confident that there is not any outcrops down below. That's all I was saying. And so you find these 4 spots, and I'm just trying to put it in historical context and explain perhaps this is how they got there. That is all I was trying to do. Thank you. And then in reference to the cleanup, BIA is in charge of that, and I'll let Jesse or Krista answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member Knezbot Crotty, that was the initial concern. Really, it's the current facility, Full Day School, was built in the early 90s. And so from that time to now, it's been that length of multiple groups of students have gone in and out of that school. And it was only in, I think it was 2016, previous statements to the committee. There was a letter written to the then Navajo Regional Director, BIA Regional Director. And and that's what really want to peg it down. And I've requested that particular document, that letter that informed the then regional director, that identified the bricks, as it was referred to, and nothing had been done. And And so only until our latest alert. And so that's how long there hasn't been any response. And certainly it's for me, as chair of the committee, it's very troubling for an organization that has primary trust responsibility to kind of just slough off the letter, the red flag, and to walk away and not do anything. And that's very troubling to me. And so that's the reason for these follow-up discussions. And that's basically the reason to ask the question, what, if that rock, those bricks there, if they're emanating radiation out and causing radon numbers to increase in the adjacent facilities, what about the downward radiation? What about the rainfall, the snowfall that has melted in place? How much of that has leached into the ground? So it's just not to me, it's just not a matter of picking up the brick and then hauling it away. There has to be additional soil testing. And those are some things that we really have to be considering. And if there has been leaching into the soil, the radiation emanating into the soil, then that should cause the aspect of, let's look at the alternative site. And you are right. All the students that went to school there, all the staff, that exposure is now part of their DNA. And that's certainly shown by research. Most specific, the Red Pond area where the birth cohort study just, it shows in infants. So that is very concerning. And thank you for your position. Right? And the committee will stand beside you. The other aspect is, how do we assure that those funds that are appropriated and designated for school construction, how is it then used in a most very diligent manner to where the children are provided a safe and healthy environment for their learning. Miss Angelica Benali, who is listed next as part of this particular report, item 5A on today's agenda.
Chair, this is Leonard. She stepped out. There's only 3 presenters: Jesse Cass, Eugenia Quintana, and Elsa Johnson. Only 3 presenters.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mose, for stepping up. Committee members, the chair, if there are no other questions or discussions, the chair is open for a motion to accept the report and to
Chair?
adopt.
Mr.
And
Chair,
to adopt some of. to accept some of the requests from Honorable colleague Amber Knizbot-Crotty as directives in accepting the report, committee members.
Mr. Chair.
Motion to
Who's
accept the report,
interrupting?
Salona.
Willeen Benali is on the line. She's the school administrator, and she was going to talk about the reopening.
Okay, but I'll accept this motion by Honorable Halona. Motion
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Shahat Lansache, second by Honorable Paul Begay. Once we hear from Mr. Nolly, then we will focus on the directives as our colleague has requested that we include, and keep our focus on those directives going forward. Thank you. Ms. Benali?
Hi there, Yate. Can you guys hear me?
Oh.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yate, my name is Willeen Benali, Tachini Nishlan, Tuadlini Bashchin, Kiani Dashiche, Dotsinsakani Dashinale. I'm the current head teacher, school administrator of Cove Day School. And thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to just kind of touch base with what Ms. Crotty had requested as far as timelines. That's something that we've also requested on our end. And what I currently am doing as the EPA, as they did their presentation, my part is I listen to their recommendations and the assessments that's being, the results, and then looking at what our next steps are. As you know, our school has been closed since August 6th, and we are doing virtual remote learning, but as every school on the Navajo Nation has struggled with virtual learning, we're in the same place. So we have a lot of our students who have connectivity issues, even with the best jetpacks. So our staff and students are, excited to just come back to the school. So I'm working on the reopening plan with guidelines given from the US EPA, Navajo Nation EPA, working with BIA, BIE. And so I just wanted to share where I'm at now. So I'm going to share my screen really quick. I hope I can do that. Let me see, where's my plan here? Oh, right here. Okay. So this is where I'm currently this is what I have. Now that we have the interior results, and the results indicate that, we are safe to reopen with the results from the US EPA, Navajo Nation EPA, as far as all the interior assessment that they've completed. We were told that we were safe to reopen. Ms. Sharon Pinto, who is our current, she's the Deputy Bureau Director of School Operations, she brought to the attention of the 5 points of interest, which I don't think anyone's discussed yet. That's the outside of the school, the campus. It's on campus ground, but we have 5 points of remediation where there was uranium discovered. Like we said, they're more just like they're on slabs of rock. And we have the 5 points of interest, and I had a map here indicating where each interest level is. So Ms. Pinto's concern was, yes, the inside of the school building is safe to enter, but what about those 5 points of remediation that are still left? With COVID happening, we did have the survey done back in 2019, and they were working on a contract. So I do agree with Ms. Crotty on the BIA's contracting process. It's taking some time. We did finally get a contractor, and they came on campus as of this past school year, July 2021. And they did bring their equipment on campus, and they were going to start the remediation process. But then after this whole interior assessment, they put a halt to that. And currently they are in contract discussion. They're remodifying the scope of work for the remediation project. So what they're trying to do is where those 5 points of interest are, they're going to remediate it, but then also do another gamma walkover survey. And so we're still waiting on that. And yes, it does take time. In the meantime, Ms. Pinto realizes that we really do need to get our students back on campus. So I've been working with her group, Miss Pearl Chamberlain, and then also Mr. John Kaipa, who's BIE chief of environmental. So with their guidelines and what they shared with me is we need to do a reopening plan. We do know that the remediation can't occur that quick, but how can we safely allow our students to come on campus? So currently I was given the okay that we can use chain fences and tarp to cover up those remediation spots. But we're waiting for the standoff distances, meaning like what is safe to, how far does each remediation point or point of interest need to be fenced off? And so I've been working and waiting on those numbers. I'm just assuming 10 feet because that's what our BIE engineer or environmental person mentioned, but he's waiting to get those yardage for us. And so it's put upon Cove Day School to go ahead and once we have the standoff distances, we are ordering the chain link fences, and our maintenance personnel will be putting fences around those 5 points. And point 1 here is where you can see it's our old housing. So that's going to be fenced off and students aren't in that area. Point 2 is on the playground. And the group that did the gamma walkover survey in 2019 had already remediated that spot because it was on where the students were. However, we said we're still going to block that area off. So this is the K-6 playground. So that's going to be closed off. And then we have point of interest 3, which is here, but that's far from the school campus. And the one that we're concerned of is the point of interest 4. That is right where the school entrance is. And so most likely, depending on the yardage, we're going to probably have to change our entrance to the school. And then of course, point of interest 5 is by the maintenance building. So the students aren't in that vicinity. And so once we do that, we were told that we had to put up signage. So signs that indicate, these are just examples. I'm waiting for them to send me what they would look like, but we would put signs up informing public, do not disturb, do not come here, or do not, go into the fences. And so that's the signage we're going to purchase and then also have those placed up. And then the communication has to remain continuous. I know that right now, Cove Chapter, Cove School Board, we've been meeting with the EPA and the Navajo Nation EPA. They've been on the BIA, BIE calls. So we know what, they were the ones who shared with us the presentation earlier about the radon level readings. And then continuous communication with the parents have been established. So we do have virtual meetings of constant updates for the parents, staff, and students. So that's where we're at. And once this reopening plan is reviewed by Ms. Pinto and Ms. Emily Arviso, we can go ahead and move forward in allowing our students and staff to come back on campus. But this is just my estimate. Like Ms. Crotty said, we need a timeline, and I've been pushing for that. According to when I spoke with Ms. Chamberlain and what we put in place, we said that by the month of December, I'll have the standoff distances, and through the month of December, our maintenance personnel would work on fencing off those spots. And then by January of 2022, we would like the staff to re-enter the campus, following the new entrance, and then also making sure that they're safe from those remediation points. Once that occurs, that doesn't mean Cove Day School is entirely open. Like I said, we're still in phase 1 learning. And with BIE, you have to have your plan approved to go into phase 2, which is hybrid learning. Our document is approved, but we don't have a walkthrough. So once we're back on campus and we transition, because currently we have about 4 staff members who are on Red Rock Day School campus. And we will slowly transition everything back to Cove. And we're hoping that our plan will be approved and we can go into hybrid learning by February of 2022. But that's not to say in between there may be, hopefully, the BIA contracting will have the remediation contract completed and they will start work on the remediation process. And then to answer the new school construction, we are still able to get a new school, but that cannot even begin until all those points of interest are remediated. And I know you mentioned a change of location that has been discussed. And what's going to happen is if that occurs, we have to start the whole process again. And I believe that that goes into like, what do they call that? Land withdrawal. They have to find another place where the school could be built. And then, so that's as far as the change of location, it's going to retake a lot more time again, but that's totally out of my hands. That's going to have to start with the BIA department again. So, and then if you guys don't know, I just kind of gave an update on the school construction. According to this, if we were to do the school construction, we have 3 phases and a projection of 19 months for completion. So that's if we can get to that point for the new school construction. But that's the update that I have so far on my end, and that's what we're working on now. And this is, like I said, our reopening plan is not yet, it hasn't been reviewed because I'm waiting for the standoff distances. And then once we can do that, we'll submit it up above, and then hopefully that gets approved. And that's all. I don't know if you have any questions, but I do want to thank Ms. Crotty because yes, we do have concerned parents. And one thing that I have is now I have the radon readings. We had some parents that did say, you know, they talked to their pediatrician and the pediatrician wants to see the ratings of the radon readings. So I'll be sending that out to them and then they can, you know, take that to their pediatrician because we did have some parents that were concerned about exposure rates. But according to what I've learned with the presentations of the US EPA, Navajo Nation EPA, that was discussed as far as exposure rates. I know that they got into detail. If you go into the report, it's very detailed as far as the exposure rates and the readings. So I will also share that with them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Please send what you reviewed as the timelines. Please send it to our legislative staff, Ms. Angelita Benali. Okay, Ms. Benali, do we have anybody else to present respective of this report? Ms. Benali?
Chair, this is Leonard. As far as I know, nobody else, unless they want to chime in on it.
Okay, committee members. I guess the main thing is I'm wondering why why is the school having to take on the facilities portion? In previous discussion, the BIA is responsible for the repair and maintenance of school facilities. And now I'm just wondering why it's the school personnel having to do it themselves. Committee members, we have a motion and a second. To accept the report, and then as requested by Honorable colleague Amber Knezbuk-Crotty, to request some directives or to adopt some directives. So first notation is that.
Chair.
Go ahead. Honorable
Thank you, Chair. Should I?
You have the floor.
I guess I wanted to ask for modification to accepting the report to issue a directive or request to Chad, I guess the Office of Legislative Counsel, to work with DOJ on a memo that could advise the committee, and of course working with the Radon program, on how we could enact policies or legislation that routinize the testing and kind of standardize it so that we can increase it. It just seems like, I don't want to say there's a patchwork, but there isn't consistency and maybe database consistency in the testing and then databasing the information. And so I guess I would like to see something in writing that the committee could review, and that is not going to solve anything with respect to this matter. I think all the testing's been completed, but hopefully avoid any future situations from perhaps getting worse. So that's my request. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Beta, are you on the call?
Oh, I'm here, Chair.
Oh, okay. Kusila, I guess the main thing is Honorable Amber Knezbuk-Crotty. Basically, one, and Vice Chair spoke to it, is a standardized test to do all the schools, all the BIA funded schools, with this aspect of radon testing. And then the other is basically a timeline from Office of Construction Management on the timeline for
What?
the new school construction.
Okay.
It's not us. Honorable Halona, please mute your phone. The other part is the aspect of this cleanup, what it entails, removing the think 5 or so bricks, uranium bricks that are, I guess, highly active. And Shemaya, Ms. Crowdy, do you have any additional requests besides these?
Yes, Chairman. So this is Delegate Crotty. At this point, I think if we could get the support from our legal team on how to move forward and see what the response is, I appreciate the direction and support from the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Sheila. And again, we keep requesting BIE department director. We thought Mr. Coulter would be on the call. We thought Ms. Emily Arvizo would be on the call, but they are not. And so how then do we get their active participation? That would be one of the aspects of going forward. And of course, then again, the active participation of the Office of Construction Management with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Okay. With Ayla, with that, committee members, motioning party. Honorable Halona, Honorable Paul Begay. Do you want to modify the motion to include these items that Honorable Slater, Honorable Crotty, and the chair have included?
This is Delegate Begay. I agree with the modification. Thank you.
Perhaps the chair for staying on the call. Honorable Halona.
With Honorable Halona, I concur with those requests. Chair.
Thank you. Shane.
And also I'm on mute. So I'm going back on mute.
Okay, all right.
FYI.
Thank you. Okay. With that, to say Honorable or Mr. Leonard Bowes, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona. Honorable Purnell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Purnell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, long committee members. Let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Ms. Angelica Benali, please review with the committee item 5B.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. 5B is program information and update. The presenter is Judy Potero, program manager with the Child Support Services with the Division of Human Resources. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Ms. Judy Potero.
Hi, good afternoon, Yad A. Ashanand I Craig A. Conquer report that listen get the Doniki hat on there. I tell ya, Judy Potero and Skido, I skinny Skoki and Ani was just chain. na kaida se chedo na geneta shanala le voyage de do kwage St. Michael's child support services e ajibet national shikoyant enkidini do le kwage shanant ardan oflenegi kodo ya she ikja ya ashtane da ilna do le no kerikit ako ide ya hot akon kitchen ya Ms. Angelina Benally, which Ishlang, the reported but Ishlagi, she does in kitchen Hodalia. It's a logic being fishnet or lately ya could only hear child support services and here ben del nishiki ya hishi amada a jar that's a crank ya balchina holong Heidi kita a maha kita a jaki da ede ya to yilke da hat do plato do na ko a kon hi kwanki ya kwanki de kan de cha kon he ya be holni gi do kon be an kana na shite inike ya paternity but the chunan linike ya but mado be ja pa hasan do le aro ya child support liniki like all the compes of liniki pe kana or ki compe pe sato chunia je pe nel se do de ki e kwa ke ya pe de bo aro medical support de ne ko sa ho ya job insurance da holla ko e that I give insurance da holla ki da e ya ko sto chunia je ko do sato aje da ko e ya kwa ke medical coverage ko lo de even ya e Etra was a quaggy ya quaggy ben here quaggy child support services again. Ado Nikas Anige ya agency that art added late east was a hahol adon lay shipwreck jago. Ado quaggy Fort Defiance. Ado late chin lead at Tiba City. Ade conky office the Holodo Betendale Nishigi ya the regional manager the young Yepa the Hosniki. Adona Konaki ya case management specialist of the no case worker than Ado office specialist the Holodo, Ado case assistant of the Holo, Ado security guard, Hunky the Holo on the agency offices. The Ahot I Yankee has Ado Hot I Kodota in niche quank. Kodoshi ya the Bende Lishiki, Esato Yankee change Atolish. Honky change Lahagi ya Alaji ya quank. Damnation Department of Child Support Services DHR. Fiscal year 2021 child support collections no go ya hanet not based on ya the hasla to amado edo tagoy aja kishin chinias ya kanyani ge badalia git ako no go ya the data called eda October 1st 2020 to September 30th 2021 based on aja konda hatla do mo amada aja da khidi kishin chini hal yani bich model yage ya 7,522,698 ahot a ya the based on ya konda the hatla ado Jones ego did a chart at the Liaki a first quarter ki 1.5 million kunedla child support collections at the October, November, December. Ado kun that second quarter ki January, February, March 1.867 million agenda child support collection delia. Third quarter, 2,473,000. Kodela aja peso ayan daisitla. Ado fourth quarter, July, August, September, 1,595,000. Kodela go so peso ayan Chinia Jepa Dale Disco child support collections Niki delia. Adona kone slagi data gi sto Aji ki e ya kodon ki department budget ki e kwagin ki listane na de ya so. Ako fiscal year 2022 get total budget ki e ya and ko e ya kodo $3.6 million. 3.600 I'm sorry, $3,600,000 Office of Child Support Enforcement entitlement program. No hone language honda yiri akonde nihe Navajo Nation de ko matching funds no it's a requirement. Ako Navajo Nation 900,000 hadis nil. Ako and they could be the base of Kwagabende, the Shigit aside Nahako 4,500,000. We got go and be not a Nishkaga. Ako chart enough uncle what the cake on ango they travel, those supplies, lease and rental, communication and utilities, repairs and maintenance, contractual service, special transaction, capital outlay, matching funds, auto indirect costs, that's agage another support I I don't know connect not so our data. Kodon kitestone that is nisani tsiniki data inishiki height other inisto other statistics that agi data that agi kodo kitestone the kwagi October 2021 niki ashta the North Eagle, Skip on the Aga, Crown Point, Shiprock, Fort Defiance, Chinley, and Tuba City, and they kick on the Aga, I think it's the Haznaki, October, we get 1,192. Couldn't not a yakodo, get the whole net go a mother was jet and very good percent that she's this auto guardians, so Aro Watkins, I think ya Hakahaki and he did it that a conde ya conkich the has neto Nahani ya hot or not such a no the Dajo hot ago ya Adia the Hakahaki a call Watkins again ya 193 for the month of October. Aro ya child support cases and the Office of Hearings and Appeals and then enke tribunal without aja ya diba bada ilmito aja ya hearing officer and then ya kwage cases that just ya aja the cases are heard and adjudicated by Office of Hearings and Appeals. For the month of October, 69 AJ hut agogo but hotelia do AJ na yes do no na 69 hutsa. Aro kuna child support collections not the child support based on the hatla agi asot and the case in the the hostla at each office again. October begin $502,904.86. Big the base of child support and collect I don't know number of active cases the cases that active at Bendel Nishiki 7,847 cases. Johat child support cases. Of course, each agency case the and the baka. Okay, the data active cases at the court order the baka. Art and go 5,574 cases the Office of Hearings and Appeals to put support order the whole statistics data is she on here that not if don't like an numbers in kitchen is kagi it and ya can't get kick off out of a cut alia can't get so it ya I could that can't get then get can't kitchen report is loud on less the can't get it out they need nishiki call shahat on less it on the can't get data again to share a slaggy that the call a shahat on less that's a night of skip data again.
Yeah, Ms. Platero. For the report, the update, committee members, any questions? There being none from the committee, so before I sit, I'd like to ask of these payments that are collected, how many go to non-custodial parents, and how many of these cases have either party contesting the payment?
Judy, you're on mute.
Station Niden Kirigi Kwange Shians Aro did Hanela Aya the base Aya con a Mata Etaja custodial parent which hotel Iniki Judith art and a Kwange based on Nahasla gave 7,007 last year ya gay 7,522,698 custodial parent they gave it up based on which hotel out of October kitchen also 502,000 created 502,000 $904.86 a yakon custodial parent which hotel Ado Hanedla did contested and then cases it goes to Office of Hearings and Appeals. A call contested and paternity a Jean Bahados in Tanzon that other the Yoki. I want go DNA testing with it. Then again, but with you can that DNA testing ado it tested a man Liniki to Bastion, Erata Jan Liniki to Bastion, that the Hedishine Ishigi out of the non custodial parent, the Gish to Ahana and Asati, it tested out in what Ango. Ako Kodo dig at COVID Benagi a yard up they collect the specimen themselves. Kodo in the head or Vestahuil Nagodit Argo, Dinan, later but did not they seal the packet and everything up at the level. The lab go at all net no I think stunning that I don't get stunning the hot log or thought the man linikito a jan liniki the testing result keep it shared in note Saho on the also did the beans got a hundred not out on next door. A go eight out Aggie Office of Hearings and Appeals to go which presented on either quag Shata a show Hakoshila Abi Nisa Shata Conedla in a now wait not chin and Linike which is a lot on this which is in sad on this but no court orders to get up a car so Adequately, I would say probably about 10% of our cases that they are contested, but the Office of Hearings and Appeals indicate a client which presented that board. Yeah.
Committee members, any statements, questions? We have colleague Virginia Charles Newton on the call. She has a Chair Charles Newton. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, this is Mrs. Fowler. If you can give me some time, real short.
Oh, yeah, okay. Let's see. Dr. Fowler.
Oh yeah, Eshe. Ocean asked so because AD and Lenny Miss Patero. They do, our program managers do submit their monthly report, and we do see data from this program. And not only do we receive data, but we also request for any areas that needs improvement. Those are some of the things that we do cover. And so far her program's been up to speed on a lot of those areas, but we really do need to focus on filling some of those positions. We had quite a bit that retired in her program. So we are looking at some upcoming job interviews for some of these positions. The program is operational, and we just need to continue doing what we can with what we have.
Sheila, okay. Committee members, we have the data report. How does the committee want to move forward?
Motion to accept report, Juanita.
Second, that'll get Begay.
Oh, yeah, no, sir. Oh, no, sir. Let's, I'll recognize Honorable Edison Winika's motion and recognize the second to the motion by Honorable Paul Begay. Any question, statement? Ms. Platero, within your program, how many vacancies are there?
We currently have 12 vacancies, and we've advertised all those positions in the referrals and interviews. So far, we have interviewed 2. We will continue to schedule the interviews as we go along. So we've been scheduling interviews, and we have some more upcoming interviews here next 2 weeks.
Of the current staff, what is the range of caseload they're carrying?
Per staff, like could a number of active cases the it ranges differently. They also the area they have a high caseload per caseworker. I would say probably about 700. That's but what they're doing is they have a case closure project because a lot of cases we lost jurisdiction. They're way over the age of 19. Case closure so that caseload will go down. Lay Shiprock, JGA, we have a caseload of 782. Each one of the caseworkers are carrying a caseload of 250 right now. Out of 45, they have 1,546 cases. Each one of them are carrying at least 400 cases right there. Out of Chinle, they have 1,637 cases. Each of the caseworkers are carrying a caseload like about 450 cases each average. Out of the Tuba City, 1,158 cases. They're carrying at least about close to about 450 cases too. So those are, it ranges the cases each of the caseworkers are working.
My concern is the heavy caseload. Do you support staff as part of the case management and the review of those cases?
Thank you for your concern and your question too. And that's one of the things that for fiscal year 2022, the caseload and the case management that for each of the caseworkers. Those out of the 7,847 cases, 5,574 are now completed and they have a court order. Enforcement, sending income withholding orders out. So each of the when we went through each worker's caseload, there's like 100 and I say them between 130 and 150 cases that they still need to work on in getting support orders, and that's what they're doing. Aron ke quota so Allah hanila benda anishto le hanila al idolish per month. Ahot ato ada iliako da abaya del got edo did caseload ki ani hot it's very high. But if you compare this with like the states go the comparison of the caseload from there, ours is very, very minimal on Navajo Nation. The states they carry anywhere from like 1,000 cases each, probably about 750 to 1,000 cases each. So in the Hinike caseload, it is 7,847. Like for instance, in the state of New Mexico, I think their caseload was like over 100,000 cases, and with the whole state, of course, yes. But if you go back to each of the offices, our caseload is very minimal, in comparison with the state. So we try to do our positions accommodating each of the caseloads that each worker has. And the regional managers and the
Thank you, Ms. Platero. Committee members, any questions? Any thoughts come to mind as she reviews this report? Ms. Platero, please share with the committee the current policy that you're utilizing in the work that you do, the whole department program.
There is a department policy and procedures manual, and each of the staff have the policy, and we have gone through the entire policy with the staff. What we're doing right now, a policy, not a need revise the data. But in Johnny Child Support Act, I need to go I need to go men even not what go they need this to need to go I thought but I did this September yet out of October year. Ascada did this section don't list, I don't care this section don't list. December, November 19th, this Friday goes due to my office. So after that, you get stop being now that need either list. She got the recommendations and comments that were made. Are just now that need is adding to policy. I just been days this got also revise as Naki. It's going to take probably another. That's one of our plans for this fiscal year too. So it's what that these that no. Just so as a client. Thank you.
Again, just share with the committee the current policies that you're utilizing. And that way we have a before and after look at what you're working on.
I'm sorry, I don't have it right here on my desk. It's a Navajo Nation Department of Child Support Policy and Procedures Manual. There's like 101 pages of it. If they need this code. And maybe what I should let you all know is that it is outdated. 2007, yet the committee, oversight committee, they next so even in revising that is national. I can send you guys a copy of the, our policy manual too. Send this goes out.
Thank you, Ms. Patero. I guess the committee goes to Window Rock periodically, and if you could provide a copy to either Mr. Mose or Ms. Benali, and they can give us the Xerox copies. That would be one way of getting the policy to us. And I guess the actual legislation that adopted that policy. That would be a request to the moving parties to include that in the motion.
Delegate Paul Begay, yes, I would agree to include all that the motion, thank you. Or second.
Habashi-Lasache.
I'll be, this Monica.
Okay. Thank you, committee members. With the motion to adopt the report, then staff will furnish the policy and the legislation that adopted that particular policy. But AILA committee members, we have further discussion. If not, then Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
No, I'll get Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona.
Hello, votes green.
Honorable Purnell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and the chair not voting. I think Honorable Slater is lost connection on this particular aspect. But Ayla, thank you, Ms. Patero and Dr. Fowler. We will move on to item 5C, a report / presentation by Embry Telecommunications, Mr. Jared Anderson, Mr. J.T. Willie, Mr. Chris Vicente, Mr. Britt Nelson will also participate in the presentation. Incidentally, I found the agenda, so now I got it in front of me.
Thank you,
Okay, just excuse me for the interruption. Mr. Mose, Honorable Slater text, and he votes green on the report by Ms. Platero. So
Right, I'll make that change. Thank you, sir.
So 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Okay, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. I'm going to present for Embry Telecom instead of Mr. Anderson. My name is Brock Johansson. I'm the CEO of Embry Telecom. Mr. Anderson's our COO. Embry Telecom is a nonprofit cooperative that serves in San Juan Grande, Carbon, Emery, and Wayne counties, so the bottom quarter of the state of Utah. And we're a telecom provider down there, or down in this area. We're excited to be partnering with the Navajo Nation, UETN, and we've got Jeff Agley that's going to do a lot of the presentation here. The Utah Department of Transportation and the state of Utah to bring fiber to the schools on the Navajo Nation that are in Utah. And this is kind of a 3-part project. Sometimes it's referred to as 2 parts. One of those parts is already completed, and I'll let Jeff Agley and UETN take over and talk about the project, and I'll ask my staff to pull up a map of the project.
And Brock, thanks, Brock. I'll bring up just a couple of slides real quick before you bring up the map. And thank you for the opportunity to participate today in today's discussion and presentation. I'm Jeff Agley. Are you seeing this slide? Okay. I'm Jeff Egley. I'm Associate Director with UETN Technical Services. The Utah Education and Telehealth Network is a state entity that is funded to connect K-12 colleges, universities, libraries throughout the state. And the way we've been able to support K-12 schools around Utah in a large part is through a program through the FCC, the Universal Service Administration company called E-Rate, which helps us offset the cost to connect K-12 schools with infrastructure. But for years, we've been unable to connect schools in kind of the further reaches of the state due to limits on what they will fund on projects. And a few years ago, they lifted the cap, which gave us the opportunity to apply to connect schools in Montezuma Creek, in Monument Valley, and Navajo Mountain. So we did. The cap was lifted. We were able to start the project. One thing that the first thing we have to do is go through a competitive bid process. We did that, and Emory Telecom was awarded both of these projects. Brock had referenced 3 stages. On the education side, we see it in a couple of parts. We see White Mesa Bluff and Montezuma Creek. Emory Telecom has completed that project. We have Whitehorse High School and the elementary school connected. We also have a new library there in Montezuma Creek connected. And then right behind us, we also work on the healthcare side. Utah Navajo Health System connected their clinic there in Montezuma Creek. So immediately as this fiber optic infrastructure was made available, we were able to connect, as was healthcare, which has just been essential during the pandemic and in the effort to support education. None of these locations in this northwest region of the Navajo Nation have infrastructure for broadband, and so this is introducing it by bringing it into the schools and then the clinics. Stage 2 is underway. I'll defer to Emory Telecom to provide most of that detail, which will really apply to the most extensive part of the project, which is the complex permitting process for this. It's important to note, while the cap was lifted to fund these projects, the time constraints were not. And so one of the challenges that will be discussed today is the trying to complete the project in a timely manner. We've done one extension for the project down into this region of the state, and we're talking about another that would be filed in the near future with the FCC. And so we're glad that we could meet with you today, discuss the project, some of the challenges with that. The first stage of that was complex as well, completing the permitting process of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe area and then into Montezuma Creek. But this is the larger of the 2 projects, extending into Monument Valley and around to Navajo Mountain. And so Brock and Jared and Justin, you could bring up that map, and then is Justin going to really kind of give a discussion of where we are today on the project and current detail? Here we go. Yep.
And I can walk through it. So this is kind of if you're looking at the green section, that was phase 1, and it was to connect the health center and the schools in Montezuma Creek. And that has been completed, and the school is turned up on that fiber. The second project is this, the blue mixed in purple section right here down to Meskinat, Alchita. That project is actually being funded through a USDA grant under the Community Connect program. And that kind of helped stretch the funding for that UETN was trying to obtain from the FCC through the Schools and Library Fund. We were able to get some funding through USDA. So the second phase of this project is to get to Mexican Hat and on to Halchita. All of the permitting is complete on the non-Navajo Nation side, so up on the BLM. And that project has been in construction for the last month and a half. It's scheduled to be completed in February. The problem is the last 2 miles of that project is on the Navajo Nation to get from Mexican Hat to Halchita. That project has been stuck in the permitting offices since February of this year, and we're waiting to hear back from the Historic Preservation and the Fish and Wildlife departments on that project. And then we can submit it to the General Land Use Department. So that project's just hung up in the minutia of the permitting process. The third part of this process is the big build. It's about a $9 million project, 8.5, and it goes all the way down from Halchita to the schools in Monument Valley, and then it swings around through Cayena and back up to Navajo Mountain. That project is also in the permitting process. It's been stuck in that same department since about February timeframe. We do have Christopher Vicente and Christopher Bea helping us try to break that loose. We're hoping to see some movement on it shortly. The last part of the project is that little blue section on the far side that goes over to Page. That actually is not part of the school project. It's just to give redundancy to all these schools. UETN has expressed some desire to be redundant back up to their center up in Salt Lake. If we can get over to Page, then we can jump on an existing Western FiberNet network that goes up to connect to UETN. And so that would give redundancy to all these schools back to Salt Lake, one through Blanding and one through Page. So that's kind of the 4 stages of the project. My concerns are that this project was granted in 2019. It was supposed to be a 2-year project. We got an extension from the FCC for June of 2022 to have this complete. That's going to be hard to do if we don't get this out of the permitting process. And there's no guarantees that the FCC will give UETN another extension. So we're very concerned. That's a long ways to build. The funding's there. The project's ready to go. We actually have crews building the sections, the part that went over to Montezuma Creek and the parts that are off of the reservation to Mexican Hat, but we can't authorize them to continue on until we get out of the permitting process. So we're asking for help from everybody to help us move that along through the permitting process. The president's office, the vice president's office has been very helpful. We appreciate that. And we just wanted to keep this committee up to date. I will say that once this fiber is in, it will not just help the schools. We are working with NTUAW, NTUA, Smith Bagley with Cellular One, and various others. So once the fibers to these towns, they can upgrade their cellular, they can upgrade the networks to the home. So this line will be a backbone for those communities, not just to the school, but to all of the area. So it's a critical project. We're thankful to be doing it with UETN and UDOT and the Navajo Nation and the state of Utah. We're excited about it. We just need to break it loose through the permitting hoops. So that's all I had. Jeff, did I miss anything?
No, I know. I think that was perfect. You know, Brock, the only thing I'll add to this is on the UETN side, we've sought funding for a number of years. This is the first time we've successfully been able to secure funding to do this, these improvements. And so we're excited about it. I've been with UETN for over 25 years and helped support those schools with point-to-point microwave. That's served us well, but it limits what's available within those communities. And so bringing the infrastructure in, as Brock described, really then provides a springboard to improve other services as well. And so would love to see this come to fruition and become a successful project.
Mr. Chair, that's all I had for our presentation. We just, we believe we'll get this done, but we're hoping that if the permitting, like Jeff said, they had tried to get this project funded numerous times through the FCC. There were some limits on the funding. This was kind of a window where they are allowing bigger projects like this. So we have this funded. We're ready to build it. We just don't want to lose the window from a funding standpoint, and that right now closes June 20th, 2022. So 6 months from now, and that's a lot of distance to build in 6 months. So hopefully we can get another extension in March, or we get this broke out of the permitting offices quickly. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you, and I appreciate the time and appreciate the committee letting us present.
Mr. J.T. Willie, Mr. Chris Vicente, do you have follow-up statements? Mr. Brent Nelson. Thank you, presenters. CEO and COO.
Chairman, so this is Brent. Sorry, I couldn't get unmuted on my system. So can you hear me?
Oh, Mr. Nelson.
Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon again, Chairman and then also the Nomination Council members, Health Education Human Service Committee, and everybody that's on the call. Appreciate the time to chime in on this very important update that was presented by Utah Education Network regarding fiber build-outs in the Utah area. You know, as many of you are aware, the Navajo Nation has also pursued E-rate funding to build middle mile fiber to a lot of our chapters across Navajo Nation and also to our Head Start centers. The Navajo Nation has acquired a consultant to apply on behalf of the chapter libraries and then also the Head Start centers for FY 21 and 22. One of the areas that we were having issues with our application was exactly what UEN is presenting to you. There's a huge gap of connection that exists in the Navajo Mountain area and the state lines of Monument Valley. So a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago, we had a broadband meeting out in Farmington with the Four Corners Initiative. And this is where I had met the Utah Education Network group as they had provided their updates in terms of building broadband expansion fiber in these locations. And the issues that they had there was right-of-way permitting issues. And it seems like that's the continuing issue that we have also in many of our projects. So in doing an outreach to to the committee here, Honorable Delegate Carl Slater had requested to have the UN representatives provide an update with the Farber construction project and seeing if the nation could provide some sort of assistance in terms of addressing some of their right-of-way challenges. And so we wouldn't lose funding opportunities, but also wouldn't lose connection opportunities to serve a lot of our communities and our students out in these locations that they had mapped out here. So I think there's a need to have maybe Navajo Land Department chime in and maybe provide some sort of assistance, or I guess that would be my recommendation, is to see if we can provide as much resources and support to help build this infrastructure. And as Brock had mentioned and Jeff had mentioned, they are working with Chris Vicente on this initiative. But just wanted to add that to the discussion and how this all came about. So thank you again, Delegate So, Chair, and then also Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, just be aware we're far and away from the permitting system. But we'll see how we can be of assistance. You've already got the Office of the President supporting you. He's the head of the CEO of the executive branch in corporate lingo. I guess in that aspect, give us the specific place in writing where you will need the okays for your permit to go forward. And to go from community to community, would you be putting the fiber cables, let's say, within the highway right of way? And as you get to the facility that you're going to hook into, that's where perhaps the power line right of way or the water line right of way could be used. Gentlemen?
Mr. Chair, we are using the right of way, but it doesn't specify the actual right of way that's owned by or has been granted to UDOT. Does not allow for telecommunications, so that's why we're having to run the permitting through these offices again. And so because it's a right of way only for highway use, and so we are, but you're right, we're using that right of way. We can't use that right away, but we're using that ground, if that makes sense. So we're inside the UDOT fences, coming down the side of the highway. So that does help because it's a disturbed right of way, but we have to permit it ourselves for telecom use. And so we're in that process. And then we're also in the process of, well, once we get to Monument Valley, it's a very short build off of the route that we can follow the roads into the facility. and it's kind of similar at Navajo. There's been some retirements and some other staffing issues at some of the departments, and then with COVID, a lot of the departments haven't been functioning as well, and that's just COVID. So we understand it's a crazy time with the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's just slowed this down. It's mostly in the historic and fish and wildlife departments where we're trying to get those reviews done, and it's just taking months and months of time. But I understand there's staffing issues, there's COVID-19 issues. I appreciate the executive's office with the president, vice president, and Chris Basente's been great. We talk regularly, so we're trying to move those through. It's just been, there's some staffing issues there as far as COVID-19 and other issues. But again, the funding's only good until June 2022 unless we get another extension. So we'll continue. We just wanted to give an update to this committee because you are over the education side. This will connect all of the schools on the Utah side with fiber. And then as Mr. Nelson said, that fiber can be extended to the libraries and the chapter houses after that. This backbone will be in place, and future projects would allow us to build to those chapter houses, or maybe not us, maybe it's NTUAW or NTUA, or maybe it's Frontier Navajo, maybe it's Smith Bagley with Cellular One. We'll let people access our backbone, and somebody can build to those libraries and chapter houses. So once we get this backbone in, it connects the world with, that fiber goes up and goes to Salt Lake and to Denver. So it connects all those schools with those two main metro areas. So it's a pretty neat project. Did that answer the question, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, somewhat. And then, the right of way along the Navajo route. The ones that were originally constructed by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. There is the right of way that could be granted.
So I think that was to be document the kind of the route, which right of way you're following. And I think the highway in most cases, was that kind of the request, identify which right of ways are being used?
And to comment on that, Jeff, we're following the right of way of UDOT the whole way. The other advantage to that is that UDOT is a partner on this project, and so then UDOT can use will allow the fiber to be used by UDOT to provide highway monitoring for highway safety, highway maintenance. They'll have cameras and highway monitoring systems in the highway that'll tell when they need the ice trucks, when they need service and those kind of things. And so it provides, we're going to stay in that right away so that we can provide those highway monitoring services for UDOT also. Well, they'll actually provide it, but they'll get some of the fiber for that purpose. So we are following the UDOT right away. We just have to get our own permit to provide telecom in that right away.
Thank you, gentlemen. Committee members, do you have any statements, questions? If not, Mr. Mose, roll call vote on the report.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Yeah, we get Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable
vote green.
Honorable Purnell Helena votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edson Dewanika votes green via text. Honorable Purnell Helena. So, I'm sorry, Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So. Hold on, sir.
Can you hear me? This is Delegate Slater.
I can hear you now.
Okay, I vote green.
Okay. Chair, we did get a motion and a second. I forgot about that. Sorry.
Oh,
Motion, Helena.
remember. Motion by Honorable Helena. Do I hear a second?
I'll second Delegate Slater. Chair, could we get your advice too on I mean, is there a directive? I don't understand how, well, I shouldn't say I don't understand. How can we expedite this process? I mean, your point was well taken on the fact that, can everyone please make sure their phones are muted? There's an echo to my voice. That we're not the ones who issue the permits or anything to that effect, but, you know, we're just going to keep losing out on funding if this government operates the way it does. And I feel like 4 years are going to have gone by, and it seems things have only gotten worse in terms of permitting, moving stuff through the process, and we just have an egg in our face as a nation when it comes to getting projects done. So if you have any advisement on how we can accept this report and actually issue a directive, that would be meaningful. I'd really appreciate it. But I just hate to see our students and our people lose out because the government can't get its act together.
And as Honorable Amber Crowdy always refers, the mother government. Perhaps a work session. Perhaps a leadership meeting, since some committees really like that concept. Because the permitting process basically is within the oversight of Resource and Development Committee. A work session / leadership meeting. And again, if we could get a document from the presenters or Mr. Nelson about where actually in the permitting process, is it at Fish and Wildlife? Is it with archaeological clearance? Is it in an actual survey, a line survey? If we could nail it down, then we could actually then call for a work session - leadership meeting. That would be my thoughts, Cecilia, Vice Chair Slater.
Okay, maybe, so I guess I would modify my seconding, and if Delegate Holland is amenable to it, to include, I think, should we ask for an update from RDC on the steps that they're taking with the programs under their oversight? And then maybe you could have a chair-to-chair meeting with Chair Nez, and then come back and discuss with us whether you think it'd be beneficial for a work session, or just share with us what RDC is doing to expedite this process. And perhaps, since he has oversight over a lot of the DNR programs, could write a letter to them to request expediting this. And if a work session is needed, then we would go through with that. But I think you and I are both healthily skeptical of work sessions efficacy. So,
yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, yeah, lots of Chile. I did have a conversation with Honorable Chair Ricky Nez on Monday, and he basically then said, let's have a chair and vice chair meeting sooner than later, so that we can bring up these cross oversight authorities that we need to get moving, as far as whether it be policy or legislation. That would be so. Let me think through the request to the speaker for a chair and vice chair meeting, perhaps as early as Monday morning. And Chair Ricky Nez asked for 7 a.m. is better than, and that way we could focus on those aspects before we move on to the other business matters. So let me and put it into your motion, and then let's go forward with it. Honorable Halona, you're the moving party.
Yes, Chair.
There's an ask for by Vice Chair Slater on the second to the motion. And that,
I can agree with his request, which we can just vote on and see what happens there. So I'll accept his request, Chair.
Sheila, the motion to accept the report is modified to call for a work session with resource and development, provided our presenters give us the actual place that they were stuck in this review process. But Ayla, Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul B.
Delegate Paul B. votes green.
Paul B. votes green. Honorable Pernell Salona.
Malone votes green.
Pernell votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Slater votes green. Honorable Charlie Stowe. Honorable Charlie Stowe. Honorable Edison Deonica. Green. Honorable Edison votes green. Honorable Charlie Stowe. Chair, you vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr.
This
Mose.
is delegate, so I vote green.
Will include your vote. A vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and the chair not voting. Thank you, presenters. Now we move to item 5D, an update from the Richfield Residential Hall and Sevier School District regarding the contractual obligations that have not been given to the Sevier School District. Miss Lisa Crane and Mr. Cody Workman. Also, Miss Angelita Benali had also made contact with Dr. Walter Coulter and Miss Emily Arvizo. And there is also listed Dr. Edie Morris. So we'll start with Miss Lisa Crane.
Okay, thank you.
This is Cody Workman, Executive Director at Richfield Residential Hall. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Committee.
Can I hear us?
Can you all hear us okay?
Just like we were at Richfield.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to provide an update. We really appreciate all that you do on behalf of our young people. We know it's a lot of work on your behalf, and we appreciate the opportunity to present an update to the committee. Some of this will be review to those of you who are here in Richfield, but we want to make sure everybody is on the same page here with what our current circumstances are. So I'm going to give a brief update, and Lisa's going to do the same, and we'll kind of let you know where we're at here. But just as an initial highlight here on this initial slide, I want to highlight this is a pretty significant year for our partnership between you as a HESI committee, Sevier School District, Richfield Residential Hall. This year marks 30 years that we've been a PL 100-297 program and 70 years that we've been working together, providing opportunities for our young Navajo people, and many of those are leaders all over the place throughout the world, including there on your own committee. Today we have 77 students representing 27 chapters of the Navajo Nation partaking of these opportunities, and they are typically that's around 100 students. So just a quick update on who we are, what we do. Ultimately, we have a partnership with two outstanding accredited high schools, the top two-year college in the United States, and an unparalleled career technology education center here in Richfield. This is a new high school, Richfield High School, state-of-the-art. Also includes Sevier CTE Center included there as well. We also have South Sevier High School, which a good portion of our students attend as well, and Sevier Career and Technical Education Center. I want to make sure that we understand as a group that we're able to provide some very unique opportunities to these young people that they don't have access to in a lot of other places here. You can see here on just this slide, there's 50 different college offerings and 15 different CTE center offerings, including 21 different disciplines that lead to pathways and certifications. You can see some of the highlight courses that they have there. They're always adding new things for the students, and some of you were able to see that firsthand and tour those facilities. One of the crown jewels here, obviously, is our ability to dual enroll our students. That is a phenomenal opportunity. Our students are going to earn 256 college credits is what we're on tap for this coming school year, which is very exciting if we're able to continue moving forward as a program. What this does is it saves our students a tremendous amount of time and money, as well as allow them to build very unique skill sets that the Navajo Nation needs brought back. And Snow College is obviously very committed to making sure that we fulfill. They're already looking at career offerings that you as a committee brought up to them and how they can fill those roles of vacancies that you have there on the Navajo Nation. Here at Richfield Residential Hall, we provide all of the support. We get this world-class education that Sevier School District provides. They give these kids access to unparalleled opportunities, and then we try to follow that up with strong support services there at the residential hall in the evenings, on the weekends. This is just kind of an offering of some of the, or a sampling of some of the opportunities that we provide there. College and vocational assistance is very important to us. We are a college and career prep school. So we do a lot of career fairs, we do a lot of college tours. You're going to see that here in a few minutes, some of the things that our students have been up to over the past little while. Just a quick highlight on enrollment here. You can see that, historically we hover right around 100 students. In 2020, 2021, where most schools were closed, we were actually open for face-to-face instruction. We did reduce our student body to 68 students that year. And as I mentioned, we're at 77 students this school year. So typically we have a large wait list of students wanting access to this opportunity. Some of the academic outcomes that we've done in our last grant cycle from 2017 to 2021 are 87 graduates, which is a 96% graduation rate. That's the highest graduation rate in the state of Utah. Our students earned over 1,077 college credits, retention rate of 93%. You can kind of see some of those other metrics there. Ultimately, what it comes down to is it's a highly effective program that provides unique opportunities, gives our students a head start. The majority of our students leave our program with some college under their belt, with a CTE type certification and a scholarship to the college of their choosing. We've actually got several students this school year who have already received scholarships this early in the school year. So we're very proud of them. Culture obviously is very important to us as well. We just spent this is a big week for our students. They're sharing their culture throughout all of our schools and the communities. We had a big opportunity to butcher this weekend and had a big mutton fry and had a good experience there on Saturday to kind of kick off our Navajo Heritage Week that we're sharing in the high schools. The high schools are fantastic to put a lot of time into that. And, as a dad, to go to the office this morning at 7 a.m. as the students were headed to school and see about 90% of our student body dressed traditionally was very exciting for me to see. So culture is a big part of what we do. We're very early in the school year, but I just wanted to give you a quick update for those who were here. Just in the time since you've left, current GPA cumulative is 3.24. 38% of our students at the midterm grade check had GPAs over 3.5 and 74% over 3.0. We had 9 students inducted into the National Honor Society a couple of weeks ago. All students in grades 9 through 11 have taken the ACT. We're still waiting on those scores, obviously. All students have met with at least 3 different colleges and universities. Most eligible students are enrolled in concurrent enrollment classes at Snow College, and all students are taking advantage of those CT opportunities that I was talking about. So the reason I wanted to start there is because there's no doubt that we do great things for kids, and we're very proud of that 70-year partnership that we have between our 3 organizations. The reason we want to get with you and meet with you is because we have some significant challenges that we're facing, and there is a very real possibility that the challenges that we're presently facing could end this program as soon as the next 40 days. And so I'm going to hand off to my colleague, Lisa Crane, to give a quick update and overview on what makes Sevier School District unique, as well as an update on where we stand in the funding process.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Workman. I am Lisa Crane, and I am the Director of Federal Programs for Sevier School District. So Mr. Workman's just presented to you a lot of information about his program and how it coordinates and blends with our program. We are the academic partner and handle all things related to education for students residing at the Richfield Residential Hall. I just want to start by thanking the committee too for allowing us time on your agenda today to update you on our current challenges that we're facing and moving forward this school year. I'm just going to briefly go through some of these slides for, I know we had several of you visit to our school district in September, but for those of you that weren't part of that visit, I wanted to start by just briefing you on where our agreement with the Bureau of Education begins. For the last 8+ years, we have been operating under a cooperative agreement of understanding with the Bureau. And I'm going to go over a few highlights from that cooperative agreement. So you can see here that we're referencing Public Law 107-110, and which requires the BIE to pay Sevier School District tuition for the instruction of the Native American students through Indian School Equalization Program, or ISEP. And that's for all eligible out-of-state students attending Sevier School District. And I feel important to pause there and let you know that if they're a student that's coming to live at the Richfield Residential Hall and they come from within the state, from reservations in Utah, their funding actually comes from the state of Utah and is not included through the Bureau of Indian Education. So I did want to make that distinction because that seems to be something that there's confusion about. We're very good at distinguishing those, not only for the state of Utah, but also through NACIS and accounting for our students in the NACIS system. So this law provides that in general, the tuition for the instruction of each of our out-of-state students in a home living situation at the Richfield Residential Hall will be paid using ISEP funds authorized under this section in 2010 at a rate not to exceed the weighted pupil amount under subsection B for the students for that year. Kind of a little bit more. One thing that really stands out, and I think it's always important to stop here and make sure everyone understands what makes us different, because we really are one of a kind, and we are so different that it's actually in the federal register. So we're so different. We're not a BIE operated school. We're not a BIE grant school. And we're really not a tribally controlled school. We're just kind of that weird school district that's just out there hanging and so unusual that, as I said, we are mentioned in public law in the federal code. And so I've provided a link there. I believe you all have a copy of this PowerPoint as well. That is an active link there. So with that, part of our agreement states that the BIE will transfer to Sevier School District the following funds in addition to those ISEP funds already mentioned. ISEP contingency funds have been a part of our cooperative agreement, transportation funds, Title I and Title II funds, as well as special education funds. And those are based on meeting eligibility for the allocation of the funds and other programs determined by the BIE to benefit the Richfield Residential Hall students. So just to bring you up to speed, we've had some challenges last year, and those challenges have continued on into this school year. So I'll just start with the first kind of the basis of the funding mechanism, ISEP funds. So on September 10th, I was informed that Dr. Eugene Thompson had sent our cooperative agreement back to the solicitor for review and input, as he determined that it was unclear and too vague. So that started in September. Since then, I have reached out to Dr. Thompson and many other officials to inquire about the status of our cooperative agreement, because as of today, we still do not have a signed cooperative agreement in place with the Bureau of Indian Education. And unfortunately, most of my requests have been ignored. We were experiencing difficulty in accessing the system that we use to enter our data for the transportation count week. I am happy to report to the committee. I know those that were here in September, we were not able to gain access to that system. We have since been able to access that system, have been able to report all of our information as required for the transportation count. Unfortunately, though, we've been directed not to certify. I guess there's, as per Rachel Yanni has indicated, that there are still some glitches in the system, and they're asking all schools to hold off on that, was the information that was communicated. Title I funds, we've submitted all applications in Native Star for these funds as well. And as of November 16th, our plans have yet to be reviewed. And then special education funding. For those of you that visited us in September, this was one of our biggest concerns because as of September 3rd, when you visited, we had yet to receive any of the Part B special education funds for the prior school year. So last school year, the 2021 school year. So we still, as of today, have not received funds for last school year. And then in addition to that, our application has also been submitted in Native Star. And as of today, still has not been reviewed. I was informed through my weekly requests for updates on the status of our cooperative agreement. I did receive a response from Dr. Eugene Thompson on November 3rd, indicating that he and his staff were not aware of any authority that permitted the BIE to provide IDEA Part B funds to Sevier School District. And he had asked if I was aware of any authority to please let them know. So at that time, I provided him a copy of our cooperative agreement of understanding from the previous year, since as of this school year, we still don't have one in place, as well as all of the information that was shared with you on September 3rd. So with that said, I'm just giving you kind of a breakdown. You can see here, traditionally, what Sevier School District has received in relation to funds for these out-of-state Native American students attending our high schools. And you can see that in the 2021 school year, we did not receive any Part B funds. And then as of this year, when historically we've received at least 80% of ISEP funds, we have not received any funds at all from the Bureau of Indian Education. And that is, so even though we haven't received funds, we still have students here. They're accessing all of the great opportunities that Mr. Workman has already shared with you, and they are continuing their education in one of the few programs that is offering in-person face-to-face instruction. And that is in good faith. As I mentioned, we don't have that signed cooperative agreement of understanding that traditionally is taken care of in July before each school year begins. However, without the essential funding from the BIE for these out-of-state students, our ability to continue to provide these opportunities will need to cease. So in conclusion, we are just reaching out to you and requesting support in rectifying the Bureau of Indian Education's failure to fulfill their contractual obligations for last school year and move forward on payment of those Part B funds, as well as requesting support to help us secure a cooperative agreement of understanding for the current school year that we're in right now. So as I've already mentioned, failure to address these correct challenges and correct these challenges could be very detrimental for for the students that reside at the Richfield Residential Hall, not only this school year, but in years moving forward. And I did include a copy of, we have a great relationship with the Richfield Residential Hall. We are two separate entities, but we work very closely together. And we've always had a great partnership with them. Following your visit to our school district in September, the governing board for the residential hall moved forward with a resolution that I've also included here for your reference. So we're just hoping that we can appeal to you and see if we can enlist your support in moving forward to try to overcome some of these challenges that we're facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Workman and Ms. Crane. Committee members? Before I forget, let's do a motion to accept the report.
Motion, I'll get Paul to give.
Priscilla Sache. I recognize your motion to adopt the report. Do I hear a second?
Second, Alona?
Recognize a second from Honorable Pernell Halona. Committee members, any questions, comments?
Delta Begay.
So, Chair, you are recognized. You have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of HESA Committee, and those, everybody that's joined us. Thank you for the report, Mr. Workman. And both reporters give good information. I know that for some of us HESA members that went to Richfield and got a chance to hear reports and also to take a tour of the school facilities and the college campus, we've learned that there was a great deal of educational benefits, opportunities available for our students, and on top of that, what really stood out in my mind was how much the students are learning, the grade point average that they have. Our students being on the National Honor Society members, some have already earned a good size college credit hours, even in high school. And the college institution is right there, literally back door to the residential hall. And even the college campus has told us that these students have access to their campus at any time. So a lot of opportunities, and somewhere somebody is not keeping their obligation. It's very troubling. This is an institution. This is the place where our Navajo students are very high learners, very exceptional program, and we should not let or allow somebody that does not want to work with this Richfield Residential Hall and our students, our children. We should not allow them to not keep their part of the agreement. We need to help them. We need to support them in any way that we can. They are our children, just as much as all these children here on the Navajo Nation, on the Navajo Nation schools. As we've heard, they represent about 27 different chapters. So we're speaking about representation of 110 chapters as a whole, 27,000 square miles, representation in this high caliber school. And I would hate for it to run into a wall and not be able to continue. And I've gone to school there for quite a few years, graduated from there. My alma mater, Richfield High School, graduated in 1872. And throughout my school years, we've never had any much of a high achievers. We did have high achievers, but not as a group of Navajo kids having an average GPA very high, very commendable. And we've never had any of our Navajo students vying for valedictorian or salutatorian. I was so proud to hear that there's one of our students who's actually vying, has a chance to be a valedictorian of of the schools this coming May when school will be ending. So those type of achievements is what we need to be fighting for and supporting. Chair, I really, my heart is with the staff and the administration that are trying very hard to help our students. And we should also include ourselves in helping them, also backing them up in any way that we can. Thank you, Chair.
So, Chair, good statements on supporting. Committee members?
Chair Solana?
Oh, now, you have the floor. Honorable
Thank you,
Halona.
Chair. Thank you, Chair and committee members. Good afternoon, everybody, and presenters, Mr. Workman, and good afternoon. We're pretty concerned about the situation at hand right now. I'm not exactly sure how we can address the situation other than to probably write a letter to the Department of Education. I'm not sure, Chair, looking for some direction there on how we can assist them to get some answers to find out why we're not getting support over there for them. Obviously, their academic achievements have been great. All the students have high scores, high averages in their GPA, and been successful with graduation rates. And so I would like to see this program continue if it, at all, any way we can get it to continue. And it's a little disturbing to find out that they had not been funded for last year and that they're seeking funding again for this year. It seemed to me like the BIE should have already contacted them and let them know what the situation was going to be before we get so far behind funding. It's I'm not sure, Chair, but I'm looking for some direction. I think we need to see if we can write a letter to them to address the situation and see what we can find out as why they're not doing carrying on their responsibilities as far as funding is concerned. I do agree with Delegate Begay that the program is top notch right now. I would like to see more students attending that kind of a program right now, but of course the amount of the size that they have and the availability of room that they have is full. So, but I do agree with Delegate Begay that we should support them anywhere we can. Chair.
Oh, so thank you for the statements of support. Mr. Derek Franklin, are you on the call?
Yes, I am, Chair. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, so Mr. Franklin, tell us the status of the Richfield Residential Hall status with the Department of Education.
Yeah, launch and Ani on HESI members. Again, my name is Derek Franklin. For the record, I am the Education Program Manager for the Office of Accountability and Compliance with DOTI. I did reach out when this item was on the agenda. I will meet with the BIE to seek the status of the funding. This is not the first time this has happened with Richfield, as well as the Sevier School District. There's always been issues where those funds are not distributed to the district. So With that said, I will be working with Mr. Workman as well as with the Sevier School District, as well as BIE representatives to ensure that the funds that are allocated to Richfield students are distributed to the Sevier School District. Mr. Chair.
And again, for the record, give us the status. Are they reauthorized?
Yes, sir. Richfield was up for reauthorization this past summer because of their perfect audit for the many years and the excellent program that they provided during reauthorization. They were reauthorized for 4 years, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I guess the other part is there is that public law 107, 110, was it, Mr. Workman, Ms. Crane? That also gives the residential hall the unique status. Could you, Ms. Crane and Mr. Workman?
Yes, sir.
explain
Mr. Chair.
to the committee and the listeners that unique status.
Yes, and thank you. And I do want to clarify, that's a unique relationship that we have because we are Appeal 100-297 through the Navajo Nation. However, the funding structure that supports the academic component of our program, Sevier School District, is codified in PL 107-110. I'll pull that back up on the screen while Ms. Crane articulates the verbiage there. Sorry, I can't drive an Apple.
You give it to the teacher.
That's what I always did.
Okay, so you can see here, I've actually, on the right-hand side of the screen is actually a screenshot taken. If you visit the website, this is, you'll find the document. It's a 670-page document, and we're specifically mentioned by name on page 608 of that document. And so within that, and I'm looking at my paper, which is really, really small. Let me see if I can find a bigger one. Let me go back. Yeah, this way. Okay,
Well, I
I'm gonna
moved.
have to get rid of that.
Oh, there it was. Zoom screens in the Zoom controls are in the way.
Okay, so it says in general, tuition for the instruction of each out-of-state Indian student in a home living situation at the Richfield Dormitory in Richfield, Utah, who attends Sevier County High Schools in Richfield, Utah, for an academic year shall be paid from ISEP funds authorized in this section and section 210 at a rate not to exceed the weighted amount provided for under subsection B for a student year. And then it does go on to say no administrative cost funds shall be provided under this part for administrative costs relating to the instruction of these students. So that is the part that kind of makes us different. And as I frequently work with new BIE staff that are assigned to our program, it takes them some time to figure out why we are different. Because we're not a grant school that's simply accessing the supplemental supports through Title I, Title II. We actually are accessing ISEP funds to provide for, that's basically just their tuition to attend our schools, just their regular education access opportunities. And then of course, those other supplemental programs do come into play. Mr. Workman's mentioned all of the opportunities afforded at the dorm. That's on top of what we provide within our schools. So if the students come to us reading or at below grade level or in mathematics below grade level, we're also intervening with them and providing them very targeted interventions to help bring them up to grade level so that they can access and progress in their core classes. So we have tutors that accompany them in many of their regular ed classes, and then also support them in study halls during their school day. We offer, as I've already mentioned, remedial classes for reading and math to help fill in any holes that they might come to us with, so that they really can be successful in their program. And as you can see by Mr. Workman's report, many of them are finding success and doing quite well in our schools. So those supplemental programs, this year we have 8 students that came to us from reservations in Arizona and New Mexico, and they came to us with an IEP in place. We're also providing all of the specialized instruction and special ed supports, related services and accommodations that those students require in order to be successful. And in order to do that, we've been utilizing the Part B funds that we've been struggling for over a year now to be paid those funds from the Bureau of Indian Education.
If I could interject.
Go ahead, Mr. Workman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one of the challenges, as Ms. Crane's articulated pretty well, I think, is that we are very unique. And so one of the challenges we run into is when the BIE, changes staff or those kinds of things, we kind of have to re-educate. And so we're facing 2 challenges right now. Number one being between August and October of this school year, we are on our 3rd different education program administrator. They've rotated those 3 times between August and October. So there's a lot of fluidity in the BIE staff, which is fine. I mean, they can do what they need to do, but we need to be able to educate them on what the process is. The second part of that I think compounds it is the total, I don't know any other way to explain it other than a complete and total lack of professionalism, that they won't even return Ms. Crane's phone calls or emails. I think that is a black eye on the system. And I think we're just looking for that support from the committee, from the nation. We've got a program here that's working. It's working well. You've seen it firsthand. And we've got to figure out a way. We're in this dire circumstance right now in the sense that Sevier School District has gone in arrears with payroll and staffing and supporting these programs without being paid in 2 years for some of those programs. And so it's concerning to me looking down the road. I've done this for 22 years now, and never have I seen it at a point where we're talking about kids maybe not coming back after Christmas. I've never seen that before. So I just want to highlight the gravity of the situation again as my concluding point. Thank you.
So our next step, we've been reaching out to program level staff for the past few months without any movement or any progress being made. Our next step, we would like to reach out and go to DC and take our concerns to
Tony
Dearman. But in doing so, we would really appreciate your support and your backing as we make that next step.
Thank you, Mr. Workman and Ms. Lisa Crane. Committee members.
Chair Winika.
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Edison Winika.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I agree with Paul and Pernell and yourself that I think going up there, it was really something special as far as our Navajo students are concerned. And I know we were more or less concentrating on providing more room for them as far as dormitories. But this is really something else And just thinking, it seems like we're just talking about what is going on, I think my position is, what do we do? What can we do immediately? I know when First Lady Biden came down, being that she's an educator, and I know you was planning to maybe meet with her to see if there was a possibility of meeting with the president. Maybe we need to start pushing that, to do that, because we keep hearing things like this as far as Indian education, as far as BIE and BIA is concerned. They're really, I think, not as, I don't know, it seems like they're really become lax in the responsibility that they have. And also maybe there's a possibility, I know when I was with Navajo Election Administration, the state of Utah really supports the Indian programs. I know one of the programs that we had with the election office was the outreach workers, where we had people that work with the Native Americans to make sure that any election-related information was translated into the Navajo language. And the state of Utah just funded the whole program with vehicles, phones, and office, a place for them to do the work and also all the supplies that they needed. So I'm pretty sure we can meet with the governor and other people that have responsibility as far as education is concerned. Maybe we can get to a certain point to do something about this immediately, because that's what my concern is. Instead of just letting it be, instead of just hearing the report and get a vote on receiving the report and just let it be again. Can we set some dates and start doing something about this? Because sometimes we do that. We just hear reports and don't follow through with how we can, without question, help situations like this. So, Chair, I would appreciate it if we could maybe discuss some ways that we can address this as soon as possible.
Thank you, Priscilla. Well, we still have that avenue that Dr. Jill Biden opened and gave me the names of who to contact for her to basically try to get a meeting. Right now, as we are engaged in this particular conversation, we can't get the local BIE officials on our call. Both for the Cove Day School and for this particular agenda item. So, right now, let's seek emergency Navajo Nation Council legislation. We'll use the resolution from the residential hall board, and we'll use the documents that have been presented to us in this PowerPoint presentation as exhibits. And certainly it's like, and I can't remember the actual funding that hasn't come through for last year and even for the funding for the first few months of this school year. Mr. Workman, Ms. Crane, what is that dollar amount?
So we've got it up on the screen right now here. So one of the big factors is the Part B, which is the special education funding. That's typically in the neighborhood of $230,000, and they received none of that in 2020, 2021. We've had this partnership for 70 years, so we were thinking, well, maybe it's a COVID thing. And then, as you can see, this school year, when you combine all that, typically that's just north of between 1.1 and 1.3 million. So when you put that together in my rough math, that's $1.5 million that we're looking at.
Yes.
But Ms. Crane's a lot better than me.
Ms. Crane?
Yes.
What is the total funding that hasn't come to the district from
So
BIE?
for the last school year, that's the 2021 school year, we did not receive any of the Part B funds. So that typically, if I take a 3-year average of what we had received prior, it's a little over $200,000. And then as of this school year, we have not received any funds from the BIE.
Okay. If we could nail down the actual figure, because we could drop the legislation as soon as, or a request for legislation as soon as Monday.
And that part, I wish I could tell you, and that's been in, I don't know if you recall, in September when I presented to those of you that visited our district, we really don't know what our funding will be until we've received it. And so I honestly don't know the exact dollar amount that we are owed for last school year for Part B funds. The best I can do is tell you what we'd received prior, and that 3-year average will give you a ballpark of what it would be. But that has been one of our sources of frustration from the BIE is there has not been timely communication to us what our allocations will be for these supplemental programs. Our ISEP funding, that's pretty consistent. And so we know what that will be, fairly consistently from one year to the next. But we do see pretty large fluctuations in our Title I and Part B funding, and that can really vary from each year.
Okay, the other follow-up question, Ms. Crane and Mr. Workman, did you get CARES Act funding through BIE?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
And we did at Richfield Residential Hall as well, sir.
So they know you exist.
Yes, they do.
Okay. All right, committee members. So, and for me, it's like a letter right now won't suffice. It seems like we got to take a position. Shall we do a regular legislation to go from Hess to Nabi? And that would not require a vote or a signature of the president. You want to go that route, or we could seek emergency legislation through the council, and that would go across the street. Committee members.
Chair?
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Do you think that we could do a letter for the time being from you and Speaker Damon, and then get, while the legislation is being drafted, and in that letter, we would request for a meeting as soon as possible in DC to support Richfield and Sevier, and Mr. Franklin and the school district and Richfield could assist in drafting that. I think you could do an all of the above approach, but I understand what you're saying about the letter maybe not being serious enough, but I think that if you request for a meeting as soon as possible, that will jolt their attention, and maybe Delegate Begay, yourself, or the speaker, I don't know if the president would be interested in supporting this effort, could go out there and support the district, because they said that they wanted to go there directly and meet with, Tony Dearman. So I think that's a way to, provide some pressure. Just a couple thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Che, Legislative Council Chad Abeda. Are you still on the call?
I'm still here, Chair.
Oh, did you get the PowerPoint presentation?
I did not.
Okay. All right. Miss Angelita Benali, please forward that. And I'm sure I just know that Mr. Abeda took notes, and let's work on an initial letter. Again, for Speaker Damon and myself to sign the letter, and we'll seek through other means a meeting to be facilitated by Honorable Secretary Deb Holla. She is the CEO of Omega Corporation, of which BIE and BIA are part of. And moving parties, a request and a directive. If we could include it in the motion.
Yes, Delegate Begay, I would go ahead and include all the directives, recommendations within the motion. Thank you.
Hagushila. Thank you, Che. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Yes, Chair. I think that's a good idea. I think what you're saying is good to go ahead and just do a legislation. Because
okay.
If there was CARES Act money that was utilized, maybe there can be some reimbursement as far as this legislation that we're going to do. At least it'll give us time to meet with the respective departments that have the immediate responsibility. At least the students will still be able to continue with their education if we just go ahead and do like an emergency legislation to engage out. Abenlache will be meeting with the other people that we need to meet with. I think that's a good idea. Thank you.
Okay. So Gashila. Thank you, committee members. So the motion to accept the report will be modified to include first a letter, a joint letter between Speaker and the chair of the committee. Then we will also seek legislation to basically implore the Bureau of Indian Education to fund the residential hall and the severe school district of Edole. Thank you. Any more discussion?
Chair, Delegate Begay.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We really need to keep in mind the urgency in this matter. As I recall, a timeline being brought up, I believe 40 days or something like that to work with. I'm hoping that the Department of Education heard that and is keeping that in mind. So we need to make something happen before the 40 days has elapsed. So it's very critical, I think, as far as the timeline is concerned. Thank you.
Chair, this is Wanika.
Yes, Honorable Wanika, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to ask the Department of Education, when does that 40 days end?
Mr. Derek Franklin, question to you.
Mr. Chair, this is Derek Franklin. I'm unaware of the 40 days that was given. I missed that part of the presentation.
Ms. Lisa Crane?
Yes, so that's just our natural break. So that actually, it would be less than 40 days if we go off of school days, but I'm sure probably pretty close if we count the weekends and the holidays coming up. December 22nd is the date that the students will be loading the buses to return home for the Christmas break. And at this point, we would at least like to have a signed cooperative agreement of understanding in place with the BIE at that point. At least then we know we have a contract in place and we can move forward from there. But if we don't have that, the students would not be returning following the break and would need to find and enroll in other school options elsewhere.
Ms. Crane, could you furnish the committee a copy of the previous cooperative agreement?
Yes, I could. Would you
So
just
we
like
could
me
use
to?
it so we could use it as an exhibit to the legislation.
Yes.
Okay.
I will send that to Angelita Benali,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
believe. Okay, I will send that cooperative agreement.
Mr. Chair?
And Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have reached out to Tony Derman. I'm expecting a call back from him to expedite this situation, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And it goes back, a lot of this goes back to, you remember we had that presentation on the White House executive order on the different agencies to start cooperating and working together to facilitate the programs in Indian country regarding education. That would be one of the aspects that the committee will use to go to the highest level in the country. Thank you, committee members. Okay. Any other discussion?
Chair, this is Chad Beta.
Oh, Chad Beta, go ahead.
Yeah, they chaired. So just to get my understanding, so you have Mr. Garrett Franklin from Doty. He reached out to Tony Dearman for this to expedite the cooperative agreement. Was that the legislation you wanted to drop to sign for BIA to sign that with Richfield, or is there going to be a different legislation?
To sign the cooperative agreement and then to facilitate the immediate reimbursement of last year's funding, as well as to fund the current school year. See, with the Public Law 100-297, the BIE should have given Richfield Dorm Severe School District funding at July 1 to December 31. And then the second half of that ISEP funding would have been and administrative costs and other related costs within the 638 contract. That would have come, I think it's January 15, is it, Mr. Franklin?
January 22nd would be, no, I'm sorry, December 22nd is when the students will be released back home.
No, I'm talking about the funding, contract funding. The 638 contract funding. It comes in two parts, right?
Yes, they get the first 80% on July 1, and then in January they get the remaining amount, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And I can't remember the exact date in January that the other 20% comes through. And so the whole 100% from last year's school year hasn't been paid. Am I correct, Ms. Crane?
So we've received almost everything for last school year. We've not been paid for any of the Part B funds, though. That is what we were missing for.
Okay, so Che, on the, and that's with 107-110, right?
Yes, that is under the 107, or sorry, let me just make sure. I believe that's it. I just want to make sure. Yes, 107-110.
Okay. So Che, Chad Begay, we highlight 107-110 also. And that's the unique status, the special status that Richfield Residential Dorm has. A special relationship with a public school district, and we see the outstanding service and then the outstanding accomplishment of the students. And that's why it's important. And tomorrow, your quote, we can clarify it even more if you have some questions.
Sure, Daniel.
Oh, you have the floor.
My question is jurisdictions. The Flagstaff area, the dorm is on a part of an Indian land. I don't know what else is
elsewhere. But maybe to clarify the jurisdiction would be it would be good to also to the whoever the legislation is going to be going to port of the exhibit. Thank you.
So, Judge Sotilla, previously, Richfield Dormitory was established through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, as all the other, at the time they were called off-reservation dorms. And the land status is administratively withdrawn. Washington, Malaysia, Kai, Sunil, residential dorm. I see. Washington and the capital date is on the alti. Like here, it's a card area data in this the Richfield. It's 638. Of this other one, Public Law 107-110. Like here, keys a card. Go craggy. Been not your question, so AIC. It's a low F. And got Shinda of color. Richfield. What that's a chiller.
So which in that regards, that would really help with regards to the legislation and also why we're requesting the funds for because of the government relationship and also the treaty. Thank you.
Oh, Fukushima. Okay, committee members. There's no further comment, questions. Mr. Mose. Roll call vote, please. And
Chair, we need a motion and a second.
We have a motion by Honorable Paul Begay, a second by Honorable Edison Wadika with the directives. And roll call vote, please.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
votes green. Green.
Halona votes green. Chair, you have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Fukushima, thank you. Committee members, let the record show a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Hey, Mr. Workman, before you sign off, how did the cross-country team do?
They did
morning?
pretty good. The boys took second. The girls were fifth. But Richfield, at least Richfield, South Sevier didn't place in either, but the Richfield boys took second, Richfield girls took fifth at state. Thank you. Oh, and our top girl runner is one of our dorm students too.
Yes. That's great. Woohoo!
And she's from Coppermine.
No.
Yes, she is from Coppermine. Thanks again for the support, everyone. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
So, thank you, and stay in contact.
Yes, sir.
All right. Committee members, let's go to let's go to 5E, Navajo Nation Department of Social Services. Miss Angelita Benali, did you review the aspect of the agenda item?
Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the 5E is a report from the, as requested from the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services. There, okay. There was a an email, I believe, that was sent to other delegates, I believe, as indicated, and that it alleges that the social services personnel have not been paid for 2 weeks or for 2 pay periods. I'm sorry, for 2 pay periods. So therefore, we called on the presenters of the Executive Director for Division of Social Services is Deanna Neswit-Gishi, and Dr. Cecilia Fowler, the Division Director for Division of Human Resource Administration. Also with Ms. Rosita Totti, Delegated Human Resource Director with the Department of Personnel Management, and Lita Sam, Supervisor for Payroll with the Office of the Controller, along with Mr. Robert Willie, Manager of Accounts Payable with the Office of the Controller. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Ms. Neswit-Gishi.
Good afternoon, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. This is Deanna Neswit-Gishi, Navajo Nation Division of Social Services Executive Director. Thank you for the opportunity to provide remarks. We did have Ms. Regina Yazzie, the Department Manager for Department of Family Services, did email a written report. I'm not certain if you guys have received it. It was sent maybe 20-30 minutes ago. And so it's a brief summary in regards, and we are under the assumption that the anonymous email came from a Department of Family Services employee. That is our assumption. And so with the Department of Family Services, we're submitting this report on the personnel who have not received their payroll. Department of Family Services, we currently have 119 full-time employees, and they're stationed out in the various field offices. The Department of Family Services, they have 42 different funding accounts. And for fiscal year 2022, federal and state funding in question to the 21 employees. So there's 21 employees who have not been paid by the within the Department of Family Services, who have been impacted with no payroll for the 2 pay periods ending. And so those employees are under the Administration for Children and Families, the Title 4B, Subpart 1 and 2, also the Administration for Children and Families, the Family Violence Prevention Services Act program, as well as the state of Utah, our Title 20 grant, the state of New Mexico Title 20 grant, and the state of Arizona Title 20 grant. And so within the entire Division of Social Services, 1% of our funding is general fund. 99% of our funding are external through federal, state, and BIA grants. And so when there are new funding periods to begin, it is where we are waiting for the notice of grant award to come in. So currently the personal action forms, or PAF, were processed by the Office of the Controller, and Department of Family Services is currently researching their actual hours worked so that it can be submitted on a back pay form. So on the back pay form, it has to be the actual hours worked. We don't just put 80 hours if they took leave or whatnot. That has to be researched in there. So we did attach in that notice the grant and funding cycle, the award amount, when we received the notice of grant award, and when it, we have a typing error began, it's BEGA, when it started the 164 review process, and when it completed the 164 review process. And so we do have some recommendations for Office of Management Budget and Office of the Controller to develop a strategic plan that would assess a systematic, streamlined process so that contracts and grant approvals and accounts setup can be more efficient. With an efficient, streamlined process, personnel, payroll, and program services would not be impacted. Also, our second recommendation is to have some allowance for personnel to continue their payroll when there is pending approval for contracts and grants. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, when we have external funding, yes, this has happened in prior years. It's just where we're having our internal systemic problems that can easily be streamlined when the notice of grant awards come in. How can we have a more streamlined process so that when the grants come in, we can have the review process more streamlined. And then once we get that through the process, and then OMB with their new proposed streamlined process, and then we would have to get the new contract numbers in place, or business units, I'm sorry. And then only until after that time, that lengthy process, is when we are able to submit the personal action forms. And so even that could be a streamlined process as well. We do have to send it to contract counting again because our funds are external. Have that review, and then it goes to Department of Personnel Management and they do their verification process. So I have direct experience with dealing with this cumbersome process. That this is where, again, we as stakeholders within Navajo Nation, that we can look at a more streamlined process so there's not these systemic barriers that are having an impact on our employees. The other recommendation is we're able to do extension of assignment with some of our funding, such as the 638, so that the employees will continue to receive their payroll. And so we're not able to expend other line items until the grant is fully in place. So those are some recommendations, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you.
Committee members, any questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Angelina Benally. I don't have a question, but one of our callers with the last 3 digits of 900 has a background noise that interferes with the presentation. So I've been trying to assist in muting, but they keep on unmuting, and I'm wondering who the caller is. Maybe that might clarify the situation. Who has the number, the last 3 digits, 900? Can you please identify yourself? And the area code for that is 928. The last 3 digits are 900.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Benally. Caller, go ahead and keep muting. And if necessary, how do we get them disconnected?
I can remove them, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. since they
Thank
aren't
you.
volunteering their name and okay. Committee members, if there's no questions, we go to Dr. Fowler. Hello?
Chair, so this is Delegate Charles New, and I will have some questions, but I'll wait till the presentation is completed. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Shiaza, Chair Charles Newton. Dr. Fowler. And Ms. Resita Toddy.
Good afternoon, Chairman. And honorable members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. This is Resita Toddy, and I am reporting on behalf of the Department of Personnel Management. I did receive a copy of the information that Ms. Neswood Gishi reviewed with the committee. And I'd like to provide some background regarding the issues with the processing of the personnel action forms for these individuals. First of all, I'd like to indicate that since the beginning of the FY22, our office received over 3,000 PAFs. And currently we only have 2 human resource technicians that are assigned to review, verify, and process these personnel action forms. And we do have one that's strictly responsible for logging in all of our personnel action forms so that we're able to track any questions and the status of PAFs when they're brought to our attention. So our turnaround time based on our performance criteria for our FY22 budget is a 5-day turnaround time to review and also verify whether or not funds are available, and also to process the personnel action forms. And if there are issues with these personnel action forms, then we return or we contact the programs to request the information that is required. And we do have a PAF submission schedule that we issue every year. And for the last 2 payrolls, I think that a lot of the PAFs were not submitted on time, which also impacted the payroll schedule. Some of the challenges that we're having at this point in time, particularly with this department, is the lack of an approved budget. And as you can see, based on the information that Ms. Neswood Gishi did present, they completed their 164 review on October 18, 2021. However, our records show that the approved transmittal was not received until November 8th. And these individuals or these employees did not get paid for 2 pay periods. I do have a report of the 20 individuals who are currently whose PAFs are currently pending. We do have 8 that were going to be updated after this afternoon, and we have 9 that do not have a personnel action form in our office in order for us to update their information. One of the issues that we have is that because this budget is an externally funded budget, as Ms. Neswood Gishi also indicated, that the process requires that they go through contract accounting to verify whether funds are available. For some time now, the Department of Personnel Management has been trying to automate its processes. However, the approval part of it is one of the challenges that we're experiencing right now in the development of automating some of these processes. And one is that contract accounting wants to see the hard copies or every document. And even if they're not funding related, they also want to see those. And sometimes that takes a week to 2 weeks for them to complete their verifications. So in a lot of cases, what's happening is the supervisors will tell their employees that the PAFs were submitted. However, it was submitted to contract accounting, not to DPM. So when they contact us to find out what's going on or why wasn't the PAF processed, then we don't have a record of it because it's still pending verification. Even if we have the verification process being conducted by contract accounting, there have been times when later on after the PAFs are updated, we get a call from the contract accounting to tell us that there's no approved budget. So they'll tell us, can you reverse your updates in the system? So what we've done is we've included the verification process in our review when we receive PAFs and when we're processing the PAFs to avoid that duplication of entering the information and then have to reverse whatever updates we made. The other challenges is where supervisors will allow employees to begin working without an approved personnel action form. And this is where DPM is not aware that the individuals are at work because we never receive their documents for processing. Payroll is the one that develops a no checklist at that point in time when they find that there's individuals that are appearing on the department's timesheet. And each of their technicians downstairs will issue a no checklist saying that these individuals, we cannot update their time or enter time for them because there's no active assignment available for them. So what has been happening recently is that that list is sent up here to our staff, and our staff has to take time out of their processing time to contact programs to let them know that we do not have a PAF for such and such employee, which is the responsibility of the respective programs. And I'm just pointing out this. I'm not saying that this is what social services issues are, but I just would like to have you be aware of some of the challenges that our office is facing when we're processing personnel action form. We have informed the programs that an employee who does not have an approved personnel action form should not allow them to come to work, because this creates liabilities for the Navajo Nation where we're going to have to back pay them. And the other is that they do not have any insurance coverage when they're at the work site if their personnel action form has not been processed. Part of our process includes signing up for insurance coverage, which is life insurance, as well as the medical, dental, vision care. And then also their workers' comp is included once the personnel action form has been approved. So a lot of this, what we're finding is it's a lack of planning on the parts of some of the programs. And We remind them each year that their contracts are ending and that they need to have their budgets in place. The majority of the program budgets either in on March 30th, June 30th, September 30th, or December 31st. So we have several contract end dates throughout the fiscal year. So just to give you some information and background on what we have to go through here. And it is very frustrating and disappointing to our staff. And because when we receive notice, the HR director and myself and other managers, we do a follow-up with our staff to find out why are these pending. And they'll let us know that it's either that they don't have an approved budget or there's no PAFs for these individuals available or that were submitted here for us to process. So this has been impacting the morale of our staff. And as I mentioned, we have limited staff working on this and we have to pull in other sections staff, however, in order to meet the deadlines. And what we try to do when we're down to like the last day of when we can update to avoid interruption and payroll for some of the staff, what we're having to do is push back like a general wage adjustment, PAF, put that to the side and then process the extension of assignment so that the employees can get paid. So our staff are constantly reminded that we need to get everyone, as many of the employees paid as possible. We do have a process in place where programs can request to have the assignments automated. And some programs are very good about that and others do not use that process. So one of the things that I would also like to point out is, and we don't want to use this as an excuse. However, we did have exposures to COVID during the month of October, which really impacted our services. So again, we try to do our best to make sure that everyone is paid, and there's the HR director as well as myself, we're continuously and like almost every day we're checking up on the process, the progress of the processing of PAFs. But we will continue to review our processes and to better streamline the processing of the personnel action forms. I did review the document also regarding the development of a strategic plan by the Office of Management and Budget, as well as the Office of the Controller, on how to set up accounts and have a more efficient process in place to process all the personnel action forms. The number 2 recommendation to give some allowances to continue payroll. DPM does not have that authority, and we have on several occasions talked to the controller's office, and we were told at the time that the Navajo Nation or our office does not have the authority to expend funds if they're not approved. So that's the guidance that we've received from the Office of the Controller. And I know that the 164 process can be cumbersome in certain situations. And again, I don't know how we can emphasize the need to get to plan ahead and make sure that the contract extensions or the new grant awards are submitted prior to the end date so that we have an approved budget in place before the contract ends. So I just wanted to share that with you, the background information. And again, we will continue to look at
Miss Patty, did you lose connection? We can't hear the rest of your statement and the balance of your report. Miss Patty?
Chair,
Okay.
it looks like it actually got dropped.
Okay. Let's, in the meantime, let's go to Miss Lita Sam with payroll at the office of the controller and Mr. Robert Willie.
Good afternoon, Health, Education, and Human Service Committee. This is Lita Sam. I'd like to bring to your attention that that we try our best here at payroll to pay all employees. And just like what Ms. Toddy has mentioned, that we do send out our no checklist to the timekeepers and Department of Personnel Management to inform them that these individuals will not be getting paid due to their assignment having an end date. So the system is it runs by the dates of the employees, and once they have an end date for these individuals with a 9/30/2021, although we can enter the time, but the system will not allow the payments to be processed. So we like to pay all our employees, and but most time they'll be calling payroll and questioning us why they were not paid. And I do see the emails going out to the programs of which employees are not getting paid, and I noticed that this department was on the list again. And I thought to myself, here we go again, they're not going to get paid. So these individuals for pay period 10/8, they were only paid 32 hours. So they're lacking 48 hours for that 10/8. They were not paid for pay period 10/22, which is 80 hours. And then for pay period ending November 5th, they were not paid their full 80 hours again. So I do really rely that, these employees should get paid, if they're working. And I'm sure everyone, we all like to get paid on a timely manner. So, I'm just, I just don't understand why everything's so slow, and it's sometimes frustrating too. And my staff, I have my staff even work on after 5 weekends, even on holidays, to get every employee's paid. And I just don't understand why other programs can't do that, to work after hours to do their best to try to push their documents through. And there should be a simple procedure and how the PFs are being updated, how it's being processed with all these, like the reviews that it has to go through. I know Dr. Fowler had also mentioned that she wanted to meet with us in regards to, identify all these problem areas, but we haven't had that meeting yet, so it just keeps moving up. So I'm not sure when we're gonna meet with her. But I do really feel for those employees not getting paid. And we put ourselves in their shoes, we like to get paid too. So that's all I can say for us for payroll. We're just at the very end of this whole processing. And the only time we know if an employee is working is going off the timesheets. If they submit hours for them to be paid, and that's how the hours are being paid out to these employees. So thank you for listening to me, and I hope that there will be a better solution, or how we can streamline the processing to make it easier for the department, DPM, contract accounting, all the processes where it goes, and so that's all I'm going to say this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sam. Thank you for being frank and earnest in your statements. Committee members. So we have some employees that haven't been paid, 160 and 48, over 200 hours. When they finally get paid, there's going to be a big lump sum check, and there is going to be an extra high deduction for taxes because of that, an unfair level. Why? Because I've been caught in that situation before. Committee members, do you have any questions?
Chair?
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. I guess my question is for social services. If they could expound upon the timeline on when they submitted everything over to contract accounting, when the notice of the funding or the grant award was. I think those two things are important for the committee to understand, and then I'll have follow-ups.
Ms. Neswit Gishi?
Thank you, Chairman So and Honorable Carl Slater, for your question. We did submit that information on a one-page notice. It was sent to Angelita. Did you not receive it? If so, I can read the information of the award notice when it was received, when we started the 164 review process, and then when it completed the 164 review process. And this is on 6 different funding sources. Mr. Chair, if you'd like for me to read it into the record.
Go ahead, Ms. Neswit Gishi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the ACF Title 4B Subpart 2, the award amount, $312,361. The award notice was received on Navajo Nation by July 30, 2021. It began the 164 review process on September 7, 2021. It completed the 164 review process on October 18, 2021. The second grant is the ACF Title 4B Subpart 1, and that award amount is $444,906. The award notice received July 30, 2021. It began the review process August 6, 2021, and it completed the review process on November 5th, 2021. The third is the Utah State Title 20 grant, which is for protective services. The award amount was $147,325. The award notice was received on September 17, 2021. It began the 164 review process on September 23rd, 2021, and it completed the 164 review process on November 2nd, 2021. The fourth is New Mexico State Title 20 grant. That one's amount of $446,277. They began the review process on September 8, 2021. It completed the review process on September 20, 2021. The Arizona State Title 20 grant, the award amount is $1,174,045. The award notice was received on October 29, 2021. It started the review process on November 8, 2021, and that is still in the 164 review process. And lastly, the ACF Family Violence Prevention Services Act Fitsville grant. The award amount $2,020,151. The award notice was received October 20, 2021. The review process for 164 started November 11, 2021, and that is still in process, Mr. Chair. And Honorable Slater, if that answers your question, thank you.
Sure.
Go ahead, Taylor. Honorable Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Nazugishi. So for the ACF, was it Title 4B, Subpart 2? Now, it was received at the end of July, but it didn't start the 164 until the beginning of September. And then for the Title 4B Subpart 1, it was received at the end of July, but started at August 6th. Only 7 days later. So the Title 20 right under that, it looks like the 164 began 5 days later, and you have an unknown date for the New Mexico one. It'd be great if you could update this report when you do have that information. For the Arizona Title 20, it was about 10 days later, and then for the FIPSA funding, it was about, let's see here, 20 days later. So there seems to be some variation among each of these, beginning of the 164 process from when the award was received. Can you help the committee understand why some of them are processed over a month later and some are processed as soon as 5 days later? And then, I'm looking at, let's see here, the first one, so the Subpart 2, that took a 164 review period, let's see here, so September 7th to October 18th. The one right under that was August 6th to November 5th. And then September 23rd to November 2nd, September 8th to September 20th. So the fourth one down, the New Mexico Title 20, was a pretty quick turnaround. And then the latter two, which were only began the 164 process a little over a week ago, or about a week ago, they're still in process. So what accounts for that variation then, and how long the 164 is taking? Is it a matter of going back and forth between contract accounting or OMB or something else? It's really hard for the committee, and this would be a joint committee effort between the Budget and Finance and this committee to address this issue. Why is this taking so long, but also why is there so much variation in when the awards are received and commencing the 164, and then also once the 164 is commenced, how long it's taking to receive these packets back?
Ms. Nazugishi?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman So and Honorable Slater for your question. So I will have to defer to either Ms. Regina Yazzie or her new accountant, Ms. Yolanda Jean, on that specific question. But before I turn over my time, I guess just to inform the committee that with the Department of Family Services, with their 42 different funding sources that they receive, they normally have a team of 6 individuals with the financial processing within Department of Family Services. At this point, there is only one accountant. The others have retired or moved on into other positions. So where normally there are 5 accountants, there is only one. I'll go ahead and defer to Yolanda or Regina, if you can provide a response to Honorable Delegate Slater in regards to the timeliness of the award notice and why it may take different timelines to start the review process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is Regina Yazzie. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I did make sure I unmuted myself. So regarding the process starting on the 164, there are numerous times there are questions that go back and forth between the department here and also the funding source to get clarification or to verify or to get additional documents that may be required to be submitted with the 164 packet, to have a complete packet before it gets submitted. We don't want to have it returned because there's something missing. So Yolanda, Jean, and myself, we are the 2 people that have been working on these. Once we get the award notice, then we put the packet together, and then it gets Miss Jean then completes the budget to ensure that all the positions and the positions are in the budget as they should be, and the amounts are as such as they should be. So she's going thoroughly through the budget to ensure everything is accurate. That is time consuming, and getting and collecting and ensuring that the documents are in place is also time consuming with the funding source. So because of that timeline from the time we receive the notice to the time it gets submitted to the 164, that's that answer there. Once it goes in through the process, then there are timelines that each department has to review and move on the document to the next department. And either myself or Ms. Jean are the ones that will go to the office and pick up the document and drop it off at the next office. So we've been doing that as well. So once we get notification or a phone call or an email, we will get right on it to move the document along. So it is tedious and time consuming from one department to another, and how there are timelines that sometimes are not met by these departments, thereby prolonging the review timeline and before it goes to another department. So therefore, that lengthy process from 1 month, 2 months, and so on, that explains that process there. So once it gets OMB sets up the account in the system, we will get the transmittal notice from OMB. Once that happens, then we are then allowed to submit the PAFs to Office of the Controller. So we cannot submit PAFs while all this process is happening. The budgets have to be set up, then the PAFs can be submitted. So the PAFs in this case, the transmittal for the Title 4B, we did not get the transmittal until November 8th from OMB, and to meet the timeline to try and get folks paid out more quickly rather than waiting for the Arizona Title 20 or the other Title 20s, then we proceeded to completing the PAFs and getting those submitted, which were submitted on August 10th. Not August, I'm sorry, November 10th, because we got on November 8th, we got this transmittal approval from OMB. On the 10th, they were submitted to contract accounting, and then since the 10th, they've been processing them. We get the email updates from contract accounting to tell us they've been moved on to DPM. So we've been getting those. I believe it started until like the 15th, and today is the 17th. So we got some notice on the 15th, 16th as well. So they are moved on to DPM. Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Yolanda, actually, I wanted to ask Miss Jean, Yolanda Jean, did you have anything else to add to what I just said?
Good afternoon. My name is Yolanda Jean, and I'm the Senior Programs and Project Specialist here for Department of Family Services. And I've been with the department since the beginning of June. So for New Mexico, it says unknown, but actually that we are in the 3rd year of the contract for New Mexico. So a lot of these I had to go back into prior year or the year before that to find out information as to what's going on. And so when I get the notice of award from Ms. Yazzie, then, you know, I do my research to see if there's an existing contract, and if not, you know, that's where the new awards come in, and it has to go through to 164. With New Mexico, I found that we were in the 3rd year, the final year of the agreement. So there was no new notice of award. It was already stipulated in the current contract what the amount was. So from there, that's when the 164, not 164, but I did the budgets and compile all the documents and sent it over to OMB. So that's why I'm guessing that says unknown there. But yeah, we are in the 3rd year contract for New Mexico. And then some of the ones that we received in July and it started the process. I am currently the only one here doing all the budgets and trying to get the payments out. And then on top of that, you know, I was recently assigned to do timesheets, so that's taken a lot of my time. So just trying to juggle all these different responsibilities is kind of stretching me thin here. So therefore, some of these budgets I'm trying to get to, but you know, there's other priorities that come up on a daily basis. So I'm trying to keep up with all of that. And just to add also that some of the awards are late from the funding sources, just like for the Arizona one. From my understanding, previous employees that were here were sent these notice of awards, but they're no longer here, but I guess they were still receiving these awards. And so like the Arizona one, we finally got at the end of October, and the budget's finally completed last week. So we started the 164 process. So, and that's why you see the different lengths from the time we got the award to the beginning of the 164. So that's my comment there that I will add. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jean. Okay, so the spreadsheet that was presented is inaccurate. Okay, with committee members.
Chair, can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, follow-up. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanation, Ms. Yadi, Ms. Jean. You know, it looks really bad when management is getting paid and the workers are not getting paid. And, you know, I don't see how that contributes to a positive work environment. And if I were a manager, I would be doing everything I can, including forecasting that I'm going to have a lot of staff retiring. And if those are the relevant staff for processing this sort of work, I think it's incumbent upon management to ensure that there's a way to get this paperwork processed in a timely fashion. And going from 6 financial folks to 1, I mean, that's just an incredible amount of work that I imagine Ms. Jean has to perform in order to get payroll submitted, so, or get these PAFs processed. I'd like to think that the electronic documentation or the electronic submittals that OOC is accepting at this time would expedite this process. But, you know, my inclination is, okay, we need to devolve authority back to the programs. And I've thought that many times in the past, thinking that there just isn't, there's no incentive for all these disparate entities to work together, but there is an incentive if it's contained within one program. But that wouldn't have changed anything in this instance, I don't think, because there wasn't the foresight to add some temporary accounting staff, reassign some folks to perform this sort of work. I mean, I don't know if that was attempted, but it hasn't been shared, and I think would have been a relevant part of the presentation at this point. So, you know, I think the criticism here isn't out of malice on anyone in the committee's end, and I know that no one within the government is acting with malice towards their employees, but there's a tremendous amount of pain that our employees are enduring right now. And they're contacting committee members, they're contacting all sorts of folks to seek redress for the fact that they, you know, essentially have a contract with the nation that isn't being fulfilled by the nation. Of course, the nation will always protect itself and say, you know, your pay is subject to availability and this and that, but, you know, and what is it going to take? We could legislate the perfect system, but it really comes down to having strong management and sound management. And we can't compel any sort of personnel action or matters or get involved with them. But as a matter of policy, you know, this issue with the 164 process has only gotten worse, it seems, since the beginning of this administration. And it wasn't good in the last one, and I haven't seen any improvement in this one. There have been some administrations that have figured out a process for moving paperwork more quickly, and I think that that's proof that if there's really strong oversight that can coordinate between OOC, OMB, individual programs, and the President's office, these issues can be alleviated. And I don't know, you know, if some of these accounting matters related to processing grants need to be maybe brought back actually to the controller's office or to some other program so that there isn't this fluctuation in, you know, staff. If this really is a one-time deal, that's fine, but we just keep seeing the 164 over and over again being an issue. And it's not the process itself, it's
the delivery and follow through. So I don't know. I feel like a lot of people tried to pass the buck today, and there are legitimate reasons for what's occurred, but it's not right. It doesn't make it right by any of the employees. It's an explanation, it's an excuse, it's that, and it's not to beat you over the head, but I just can't imagine going 2 pay periods. I remember when I started off with the Navajo Nation government, I went, I think, 4 pay periods. I think you're supposed to, not get paid for 2 of them to make sure you show up after that. But I've personally experienced this process. I've had issues with, workers when I was the airports manager, but we forecasted and tried to do everything that we could, and we made sure that our employees got paid. And I really hope that the back pays are processed as quickly as possible. And if that involves bringing down, whatever staff from the Division of Social Services to make that happen, that really, really needs to happen. And whatever special dispensations need to be made within the controller and DPM, please make them so that these people get paid and then don't have to wait another pay period or a few days. So I hope that's legible, colleagues, and I hope that's legible to the presenters. We'll take your advice on how to streamline the system, but we haven't received anything concrete at this point, at least since I've started my term, and nothing prior to that has been referred to me on how to improve this system. So thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Committee members, do you have any other questions or commentary?
Chair, so this is Delegate Charles Newton. I'm not a member of PES, but I do have a question.
Yes, go ahead and pose your question.
Thank you for that, Chair So, and thank you for the information. I didn't get a copy of the presentation, so I was trying to write down as much information as I can regarding the grants and the amounts, and then also when they were received, when they were sent, or when it went through the 164B process, and then when they were approved. But having 42 different funding sources and only one person tracking or taking care of all of that, I think is, it does probably weigh heavily on that one person having to make sure that people are getting paid. I too I'm a little bit frustrated to hear what is happening, only because I think that if we expect this to be something that is recurring each year, I wonder, why. I wonder if it's an issue every year, or if if this is just the first time that this has become an issue. And I know that there have been recommendations on how to streamline the process and, things that can be done internally. But I do agree with Delegate Slater that if you were aware that people were going to be retiring and leaving, and you knew ahead of time that there were only 6 individuals who were who were taking care of the accounts, and it was going to be down to 1 individual, I just wonder what plan you had in place to try to avoid this from happening. And I say that because I was looking at my calendar. We're 7 days away from Thanksgiving. And I can't imagine not being paid 2 pay periods during this time, especially when it's a time for families to come together, families to be together, and just a lot of things that are going on. And then at the same time, just falling behind on bills. I think that that's probably one of the stressors that a lot of our families have to face. We're already, as a nation, not paying professionals what we should be paying. And we're expecting our professional individuals to get an education, to come home, to work for the nation, and we run into these types of issues that I've never heard of happening until I've worked for the nation. But I can say that I find it very surprising that, again, in terms of that this is happening, these accounts come about every year. I just wonder, whether, again, there were any issues prior to this year where employees were not being paid. I also think it would have been a good idea to give your oversight a heads up to say, hey, we are experiencing this and this may happen. It is concerning, especially since Ms. Toddy reported that some supervisors allow employees to work without a PAF, and that there are liability issues that are attached when an employee has no PAF. Work liabilities not only pertaining to back pay, but also no insurance coverage. We have social workers, as I understand, who are under the Division of Family Services. Social workers who get called out at various hours of the day and night to respond to calls that may be coming in from the police department or criminal investigations that pertain to our children and to our elders. If our social workers are part of those, I believe there were, I'm looking back at my notes here, 20 PAFs that are currently pending. 8 are to be updated, 9 that do not have any PAFs. I really hope that the individuals who have no PAFs are not out working for the Navajo Nation. And I want some assurance, whether it's on the record, that these employees are not working for the nation because of liability issues. I think that would probably be something that the oversight may need to get in writing. Again, because of the liability issues, as Ms. Toddy stated, there's the insurance coverage, life insurance, you have health insurance. We still have COVID amongst us. And I would really hate to hear later down the road that a Navajo Nation employee caught COVID, but they didn't have a PAF in the system, so they don't have health insurance. And they were working for the Navajo Nation. Or, heaven forbid, we have somebody who's responding to a late night call who gets into an accident and something happens and we find out that there is no PAF, so they technically were never employed with the Navajo Nation. How do we explain that to the people? How do we explain that to the families? It is a huge concern for me to be hearing this, and especially knowing that many of our Navajo Nation employees who continue to not be paid are showing up for work because they're dedicated to the families that they serve. And now we're all of a sudden getting an explanation as to why 2 pay periods have gone by and our Navajo Nation employees haven't been paid. My other question is, what is the timeline when employees will be paid their back pay? I'd like a date. Is it going to be November 30th? Is it going to be, December 25th? What date are we looking at where employees are going to be paid back pay during this time? And I will also say that I also agree with the sentiments shared by Delegate Slater that it is concerning and it does look bad when management gets paid and the workers are not paid. I think we had those same issues that came about with special duty pay and hazard pay. And I know some of us delegates did ask that question, how many supervisors were paid special duty pay and hazard pay before their employees were paid? So those are my questions, my concerns, and I'm hoping, and I did write down my questions here, so I'm hoping that I'll get an answer especially in the sense of the timelines that are currently, I guess, what are we looking at so that we can get our employees their back pay? Thank you, Chair. So.
Thank you, Chair Charles Newton. Back to Ms. Deanna Neswit, DC, Ms. Rosalind Yazzie, and Ms. Jean.
Thank you, Chairman So, and thank you, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, for your comments and recommendations and questions. So the question regarding why management or some individuals are being paid, we have, again, 42 different funding sources. And so what we listed on our notice, there was only 6 different funding sources that are being impacted. The individuals that are management within the Department of Family Services, those positions are general funded, so they're not external funds. Secondly, regarding when can the employees get paid, I'm trying to look at some solutions. And so if there could be an interim payroll this week for those individuals, the 21 individuals to get paid, that would be a recommendation. I do agree that the employees should be compensated for the services that they did provide. In regards to their insurance and coverages, they do continue to receive their insurance coverages. Just because a PAF is not in place, they're still noted in the system. In regards to the question regarding temporary employees, yes, that would be a quick solution, but unfortunately that does not happen as easily as anticipated. I'll give you one example off topic from Department of Family Services. We had anticipated an influx of Navajo school clothing applications, and we received a listing of a pool of applicants from Department of Personnel Management of individuals who had been already determined meeting the minimum requirements for an office specialist or senior office specialist. So those assessments had already been done. And so we thought that was a quick solution to assist us with the influx of school clothing applications. And so we quickly brought in 10 individuals to have them complete their documents for hire. And unfortunately, that did not pan out. At this point, we only have two individuals that were actually remaining on board, primarily because of this back and forth issue of trying to get the individuals hired as temporary employees. Right now, we have one person that was going to be hired August 2nd. And as of today, the PAF is still has not been entered because of numerous back and forth between contract accounting and DPM and myself. So 3 months have gone by. We're fortunate that that person did not continue. They worked for, I think, 64 hours and they didn't want to continue. So we have many individuals that just going through a temporary hire is not the solution, because on average, it's going to take, I'd say 4 to 12 weeks for the person to actually have their PAF entered. In regards to the employees that are currently working, it's not where the employees are temporary employees that are working. Of these 21, they're regular status employees. So it's not where they're working without like waiting for a new PAF. We have the same concerns when even a current employee may be looking at promotion into or transfer into another position. They are already in the system and they may be having a promotion. So it'll be a change in their grade step, their class code, their hourly wage and per annum. And those can take up to 6 to 8 weeks to get that process. So it is a lengthy process just to get someone promoted. And so that's why I'm making the request that we will continue to work with Department of Personnel Management on recommendations for streamlining this process. I've had numerous PAFs go back and forth. I too do not have an HR personnel, so I'm doing HR as well. In regards to us working, long hours, that is occurring. And so we are doing our best to the committee and to Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, and I believe Delegate Amber Crotty as well, and my other colleagues that we know what needs to be done. It is unfortunate that, again, that most of our funding is external funds, and we cannot expect when our notice of grant award will come in. If we were totally general funded, that'd be a different story because we know where the funds are at and that we know that we will receive them. But if we have dependence on federal and state grants is where we're waiting for those allocations. And we've had participation in different tribal consultation meetings for tribal leaders. And those are a lot of the recommendations that we provide is to receive the funding timely so that we can administer. And it's not just for personnel. A lot of it is for actual direct services as well. An example, our LIHEAP block grant. So we're waiting for the allocation. So it's not where, we're not processing the documents timely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. So I do have a follow-up question. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm a little bit confused, Ms. Neswit-Gishi. You stated that insurance does still cover the employees, but I believe Ms. Racita Toddy did state that some supervisors do allow employees to work without a PAF. This is a liability issue because employees with no PAF should not be at work. They have to look at back pay and then the no insurance coverage. So, Chair, so can I get clarification? When an employee does not have a PAF on file or an updated PAF, do they or do they not have insurance coverage as an employee?
Ms. Neswit-Gishi or Ms. Racita Toddy.
Honorable Chair So, and thank you, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton for the follow-up question. So for my clarification is, if we are hiring temporary employees who have not been entered into the system, that is, and Ms. Toddy can clarify as well, that we should not have employees working in the office because they have not started a new begin employment PAF, so they're not in the system at all. So these individuals that we're having discussion on, the 21 individuals, they are already current Navajo Nation employees, and it's just the updating or extension of assignment. Ms. Toddy, I don't know if you'd like to provide additional comments and clarifications if I am incorrect as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And again, Mr. Chair and Honorable Daniel So, Chairman, as well as Honorable Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton regarding the clarification on the liability issues. Currently, the listing of employees that we're talking about, the majority of them are regular full-time employees. However, they did not have an active assignment because their contract ended. However, the majority of them have been updated. We updated 8 today, and there's still 5 regular status employees who we do not have a PAF for so that we can extend their assignment. We have one introductory individual who does not have a PAF. So for that individual, any new hires, they will not have insurance coverage, and they are a liability when they're allowed to report to work without an approved personnel action form. The same applies for temporary employees. They do not have any workers' compensation coverage. So again, please be mindful. Although we have continuously reminded the programs of this liability that it imposes on the nation, and it continues to occur, but we do have a few divisions who are very adamant about not letting their employees report to work. And usually, if they're allowed to come to work, another impact that it does have in terms of the benefits is that by the time their PAF is processed and they started, like, let's say a month or two ago, then they're at that point in time, the employee benefits program will deduct for the previous pay period. So it does take a huge amount of premiums out of their first paycheck. So again, another liability that's is there for the employee, and it's not very good practice when we continue to allow this. And I pointed this out not just to say that this division is the only one, or the Department of Family Services, which is who we're talking about and relating to their contract. However, it is it also applies to all other divisions, but I just wanted to clarify so that our oversight is aware of some of the challenges that we face on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Meeting members, any follow-up questions? If not, then the chair has a question. Of these 20 or 21 staff that are not getting paid, of these grants that are listed, how many of the employees not getting paid are within these grants? The one I got some definite answers from is Miss Jean. Could you provide an answer to my question? Committee members, did you hear my questions?
Ms. Leonard, yes, I heard the question, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, this is Regina Yazzie. I'm not sure if Ms. Jean is still on the call, but I can answer that question.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the 21 employees mentioned, yes, they are all related to these grants, these 6 grants that are listed. Some are cost shared. Some of the staff are cost shared between two of the grants. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Ms. Yazzie, that seems to also complicate the matter even more. Okay. What would prevent you from walking over the 21 PAFs to the Department of Personnel Management and to Ms. Recita Toddy? What would it take for you to process these PAFs?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, they were submitted with the exception of 4. The budgets, as I reported earlier, Mr. Chair, when we receive the transmittal approval from OMB on November 8th, I submitted the PAFs to contract accounting because these are external funding. They have to go to contract accounting for verifications of fund. They verify. Once they approve electronically, then they submit them to DPM. So there is a process there. I cannot directly submit them to DPM because these are external funds that must go through contract accounting. So with the exception of the 4, when I say the 4, they're under the FIPSA grant. And that grant is still not yet approved from OMB in terms of the contract number setup. So, but all the others, they were submitted on November 10th to contract accounting. And I also mentioned earlier that OOC has been processing them like the 15th and the 16th this week. So they're at DPM, and those are the ones Ms. Toddy mentioned that DPM has. So because these are external funding, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is Deanna. May I provide some additional remarks?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Council and members of the committee. So in regards to the update from Ms. Toddy, that are 5 regular status employee, there's no PAF so that she can consider the extension of assignment. We will do follow up with contract accounting as soon as we end our presentation to see how we can get that moving from contract accounting to DPM support services so it can be logged in there. And then the one introductory PAF, I do understand Ms. Toddy's feedback that this individual does not have a full PAF and introductory, so we will do follow up with that individual as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie and Ms. Nesbitt-Yushi. Back to OOC. Ms. Sam, are you still on the call?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I guess this issue with PAF is starting to be a continuing issue. And I guess the other part is I'm now looking at, and there's a presentation that it involves the whole system. And so that's where my mind is going to ask how many Navajo Nation employees did not get paid for the pay period ending 11/05.
Okay, let me pull up the list. Hold on. Right now I have 57 employees.
And could you provide a spreadsheet just by division and numbers of employees that didn't get paid respective of 11/05 and before that, the other pay period? Let me see, what's the previous pay period? 11/24, 10/24, is it? No.
10/8.
10.
Do you want 10/8 and 10/22?
Yes.
Okay, and 11/5.
Yes.
Okay.
I appreciate it. And we don't need names, just the division and the number of employees.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you for being.
Okay, it'll take me time to compile the whole list.
Okay. And yes, once it's done, share it with Miss Angelita Benali.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Miss Rosita Toddy, from the records you have available, the 57 that Miss Sands just relayed, is it a PAF issue for those 57?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a request to my staff to find out whether or not that 57 is accurate. I had to run out and request for that, so I'm awaiting that information. So I believe they are looking for 11/5, but we can go back in and check for 10/22 and 10/8 as well. Thank you. There's a lot of
Go ahead.
situations or where we did not have any PAFs for some of the employees, and in some situations we didn't have the budget also, but we should be able to get that to you here as soon as the staff can run the report. Thank you.
I guess another column on that Excel sheet is budget availability.
Okay.
Thank you. Committee members, any follow-up questions? Oh, I guess the main thing is if everybody has their documents ready for processing, I guess that's the part that concerns the committee as well, based on their questions. The other is the aspect of what Honorable Vice Chair Slater, how about some reassignments to help Miss Jean? For myself as chair, I sure don't want to have Miss Jean undergo extraordinary stress to basically do what she's doing, where she's doing the work of 6 other former accountants. Can the division bring in folks that know about the accounting system to help her, and she could basically guide the postings rather than she herself having to sit at each one of those critical areas. Ms. Virginia Yazzie, Ms. Deanna Nesbitt-Gishu.
Chairman, and delegates, honorable delegates, this is Regina Yazzie. So yes, that some of the reassignments of the having other additional staff, bringing them over to assist, that will be taken under consideration by myself and Ms. Nesbitt-Gishu to reach out to perhaps other Division of Social Service departments, their accountants, to see if that's feasible. That will be considered, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie. Okay. Committee members, do you have any follow-up thoughts of how to help our employees?
Chair, don't get the gift.
Oh, Chair, Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Other members of HESI committee, presenters. It's very frustrating just to listen to it. Being that I brought it up about the chapter officials not getting their stipends. And I just received another one just a while ago. As I mentioned, we're right at Thanksgiving, right? Christmas is around the corner. This is not my words. This is the words of the chapter president. I just want to share it with you. Chapter officials in Liniki those are the people that go do everything to help their people. This chapter is in the Western Agency, and as elected officials, we've been waiting and asking for the status of the chapter's stipends. The last one was paid out at the end of September, and up to this point, we have not received anything. As elected officials, we deserve and should be paid in timely manner. I know the Vice President, Secretary of Treasurer are in the same predicament as well. We had a meeting and we talked about the hardship it's causing us. I myself, I am a retired law enforcement official of 43 years, and I am also a veteran. I get paid at the end of the month from the state of Arizona, and minimally from the Navajo Nation PD. I don't have a side job, and I don't depend on and I depend on our stipends to make ends meet. I have a truck payments, insurance, life insurance, hay and water for cattle and horses. The fuel cost has gone up a lot, and traveling to meetings is a burden for me and everyone else. I've heard this problem or situation is normal every year at the end of the fiscal year. I hope this is looked into and remedied so we don't suffer a delay in our stipends next year. We are going into the holidays as well. Thanksgiving, Christmas, Thanksgiving, Family Day is going to be tough if we don't get paid soon. I hope and pray something is done very soon. God bless you and God bless all of us. How do we listen to this? You can't help but think about those when you're trying to go to sleep. I just wanted to share that. Like I said, those are not my words. It's the words of a chapter official. Thank you, Chair.
So in that particular item, we will have the update from legislative staff. But I did get a text earlier when you brought up the issue. I did get a text from one of the chapters in my district, Division of Community Development hasn't really approved some of their chapter's budget, and the stipends are part of the chapter budget. So again, we have to act fast. We will need to put that as another item on the chair and vice chair agenda. That would be my response. And even so, what that's silly, Honorable Eugene. So.
All funds and grants, etc., that were are given to the tribe with a lot of stipulation used as regulated in the favor of an audit as to keep the funds flowing. So that is really tying us up because we're using other funds issued and not on some of this case. Other than that, we don't have funds accredited. We have funds to our way of laws on shit. We could take away a lot of regulations how we could use the funds because it's our own money. Could $8, could $100 in there, but you don't have federal debt and that data grants about that for $638. Because in this nation, as a federal government give you money to buy a jacket to wear, you have the stipulation you have to wear during July and August, or else they take the jacket away from you. We went to go get choose off and say you don't use it then. So all that open this case. Only one question. The Kodok the Dal Nishigi Kradna Nishpate Aho. The Arizona Nishnata thought after we're going to hire you. But we're going to educate you. T.D.A. The base of company the Haliedo the base of the funds. This is what it's asking for. It's not for ADE because A and the store. But asking that education, yeah, but it is mentioning a banda in the city So what are in the world it is how long the pandemic are you hitting here or is it are you asking me what that's but it's a time of learning and all on the scientific about when you see any and now the middle which in the Eliada or in the Eliada so need to Paul meet us I'm a 50% disabled American veteran so that kind of takes care of most of my bills. So what I go to your on this case and but these people that are working 80 hours 80 hours now basically they really need to fund but I guess they need to be really educated what the funds where they're going to be getting paid from to are they based on the could reason so that way though so it other been the other though to what other though is see the bit down stop 어디 바다 안 시다기 스나스 또 다반스 케사 신나 또 알람내도 아시는 길이는 이해다 thank you
Oh, yeah. It all adds. It's very concerning. Committee members, any further questions, discussion? Ms. Benali, Ms. Emily, have we established a motion on a second?
No,
we haven't.
Committee members?
motion Alora chair also
Motion by Honorable Pernell Halona to accept the report. Do I have a second?
Second, Juanita.
So, yeah, that's a second by Honorable Edison Wanika and accepting the report and requesting supplemental documents from the presenters. With Ayla, committee members. Well, on behalf of the committee, let's see what we can do to get our employees or children paid. Okay. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
that'll get Paul to give votes green
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
votes green
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Red. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Chair, a vote of 2 in favor, 2 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Let the record show a vote of 2 in favor, 2 opposed. A question to legislative advisor. In accepting the report, and there is a tie vote, does the chair vote?
Mr. Chair, this is Angelina Benally. It's a report. You can, it'll be a tie. You can choose to vote as well as the chair if you wish. But it's 2-2, and then 2 abstain, or 1, the chair not voting. What about Charlene So?
She's absent.
And Charlene So did not vote because she's absent at this point.
She dropped off.
So it's 2-2-2.
Thank you.
You may vote to break the tie, though, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Even though we're going to make some positive movements, but still there are some real issues, and I would vote red with the other two members, and hopefully that would get the presenters in motion to get the proper paperwork filed as soon as possible, so that our employees that really deliver the services, managers, get paid without interruption. But it's the employees that are right there delivering the services that are not getting paid, and that's very disturbing. So that's how come I voted red. Thank you. Let's go to item 5F. Ms. Angelica Denali, review with the committee the report and who will be the presenters.
Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your 5F report, and it's from the Navajo Nation Facilities Maintenance. The presenter is going to be Marcus Tooley, who is the Department Manager 3. It's regarding the proper and timely dispensing of trash bags from the Navajo Nation buildings. And Mr. Chair, I believe there was an instance where an individual who I believe might have been a facilities maintenance employee loading the trash bags into a personal vehicle. And there was a question about the liability and the use of personal vehicles in that to fulfill the job responsibilities and the purpose of the facilities maintenance mission. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. So, Mr. Marcus Tooley and Mr. Begay.
Good afternoon, Chair So, Do, committee members, Anothini, Shanat Ani. This is Marcus Tooley. I'm the Department Manager 3 for Facility Maintenance. Ado Tutnasanin Schligo, Toyhetleni Bashichin, Totsoni Dashiche, Do Todich Iti Dashinella. I guess in a shadow a lepistot vision the skis that Ado a Jishikeshe. Ado Quenashne show that the connect Dink that Dashinacha. I need a yard transit Ajo Kesson Daro should it know. Or said that Nina 3 years Aja needing the Quidinans Ado quite Benda should your hone Halit a Nalnation Dadnishla Ashbe Bichidichi da Yornila Halit a has Aja. Should that no, but Nashidikido a bashful one do did Bayati Gijo a did offices good clean it out any custodians though trash in the lahigi a Bawint echo a that one of the delegates at be sango on big trash bib chidicho trash na ye lahat no Bahaneko. A deeper night that's kit a benda hut asher hon now. So quite a kit supervisors and long but bandit nil. A digi a ya na badish kidnet sate honat itano. Jut let sha yo ye not ja trash the ye nis clean the let the door biga. The ye nis ado supervisors or whoever is assigned so trash na yila to tapis sa te ana na at echo 61 buildings in Fort Defiance and in the Window Rock area a building clean every evening, and there's a total of 24 employees and 2 supervisors. Kwat echo adot na ki chidin na hitnil chko hot ended the ikendentle that to leave the ish one of the custodians leave the ish 8 the supervisors are charged or tasked with picking up the pace kwagi kwat na hitnil chko that the aba ona na adonana thought we have to dispatch at least 2 to Chinley and then also to Crown Point. Aja custodians and need retire la resign la akoho a aja chena hol isto every other day, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays go honat akoho edi ba idaze ba yat kido khalit ela besos bo onos an jo en halen. So I sent you a copy of our budget general funds that a peso inigi our allocation amount, as you can see, and then I forward this to Ms. Benali to share with you. $2.8 million in arod kasta 200 or not 200 2 million bigaho staff ibit na helia auto travel expenses ziki HOH de bik as lagi ajigi what but yadot edit the annual fee for tribal vehicle rental 22 with ego it's 204,983.76. But I'm just saying that so then it trickles down to the funds that are available. Nanos senshito a cohort lay trash bags do toilet tissue that a nani quag adg a ya we have it's not ya this kid 40,000 we were able to spend 60,000 for that and that and it's not but oscillate but ohile so we're not able to get another vehicle. So how it works is that they report to work over here in Fort Defiance, our main office. Auto from here, it goes to, they go and their assigned areas in Window Rock or Fort Defiance. So, and I mean, I hope I addressed it. The best on the copy of our budget niche ishla do in the laigi babits at zoigi sto niche ishla adonana chidibik in the helie for the last 4 years sto niche ishla what our averages are in terms of vehicle usage. Listing of the vehicles that we use. Keep in mind that majority of the vehicles that we have are used by the maintenance staff to address work orders for the 568 buildings that we maintain across the Navajo Nation. So, and as you can see, a lot of the vehicles that we have are really old. We don't have any new ones. So some of them are 10 years old. So we're trying to keep them in service. So with that, and then they have toolboxes, tools, and that kind of stuff in the back. So the custodians are not able to use some of those vehicles. With Ela, she bought on the $100. I'll have to report. I don't know if that's what you wanted to me to report on. That's a nice kit.
Mr. Truly, Auto Committee Member, okay, Mr. Mose,
Yes, sir.
Honorable Charlene so text that she votes green on the previous report.
All right, so it'll be 3-3 then.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Auto committee members, I think Mr. Tooley, I'm the one that observed the young man at Legislative Services. And I was concerned. And it's, and again, the liability issue, not him, but the liability aspect of him getting hurt while he's using his own vehicle. That's the aspect I'm concerned about. So, that would be my concern. And we will do follow-up. I'm getting, ladies and gentlemen, on the call. Today is travel day for the committee members and staff to go to Santa Fe for an in-person meeting with the New Mexico Public Education Department Superintendent Steinhaus and with Indian Education Secretary Lashana So, as well as Indian Affairs Department Secretary Lynn Trujillo and staff. So that is the concern. Committee members, we could transfer action on this particular report so that we give a chance to have Mr. Tooley do some more background information. There is the concern about insurance coverage. And perhaps we could also get include a report from risk management committee members.
Chair, I'll make that motion. This is Delegate Slater.
Hokushila, thank you.
Second, Winika.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to move this report to the next meeting that will be November 24. We will include risk management on the call at that time. With Ayla, so with that, Mr. Mose, roll call vote. Mr. Tooley, that'll give you time to do some other work on the background information.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah.
So,
All right, sir.
Mr.
Paul McGee.
Delegate Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Paul McGee Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Purnell, Alona votes green. Honorable Russell Slater. Green. Honorable Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Then the Charlene says that she lost connectivity via text. A vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Then we go on to item 6, full business. There being none. Item 7, new business. A, legislation 0195-21. Ms. Benali, could you read it into the record, please? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution 2021, introduced by Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. Tracking number is 0195-21. An action relating to health, education, and human services, Navigatia and the Navajo Nation Council approving the reinstatement of Najoni Harker as a member of the Navajo Nation. The particular legislation goes on to the Navigatia Committee with the final authority of the Navajo Nation Council. The legislation does have its exhibits as mentioned in the legislation, A, B, C, and D. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Committee members, how do you wish to proceed?
Motion, Alona?
Mr. Chair, this is Angelina Benelli. Delegate Charles, Eugenie Charles Newton is on the line.
Okay. We have a motion by Honorable Purnell Hallam. Do I hear a second?
Second, Wanika.
And we have a second by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Committee members, any questions? We do have the sponsor on the call. Any questions? Going once?
Yeah,
Going.
Alona?
Honorable Purnell Hallam, yes.
Yeah, Chair, is there individual here as well on the line so we can at least get to meet her? And I imagine we'll meet her again when we come back to the Navigate kit.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Chair So, thank you for giving me this opportunity to introduce this legislation. To answer Delegate Halona's question, she is not on the line. I don't want to announce the reason why she's not on the line. I can text you the reason, but I believe that I did let Chair So know the reason. Again, I can't share that information, but she is not on the line. I do apologize for that. However, I did get permission prior from Chair. I did send both Chair and Vice Chair a text message asking if she had to be present. So I do apologize. If you would like her to be present, I'm not sure when she will be available, but I will be happy to work with Hess on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And FYI, we've done other the reinstatement without the individual to be reinstated without them appearing before the committee. Committee members, let's go to roll call vote. Cecilia, Edison Wanika, did you go to OLC, the legislation that I dropped on Monday, or the legislation that I requested to be drafted is ready?
Yeah, I took it over to, for them to process it.
And there's another one.
Okay, yeah, they was going to ask you if you want me to be co-sponsor, so I'll go back over there for that one.
Okay, and you vote green on this?
Yes.
Okay. Bushy, now you're free to go. Mr. Mose, roll call.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. And Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Chair, I voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Vote green.
Again?
Green.
Okay, Honorable Halona votes green. Vote is 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Bushy, thank you, Hess committee members. We moved this legislation to the Navajo committee. Che, Mr. Mose, bring this legislation with you so I can sign the committee report and the legislation tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, committee members. Then we go to item 7B, schedule a work session with Navajo Nation Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services as requested by Dr. Michelle Brancer, the Health Services Administrator. My thoughts are either November 22nd or 23rd. Committee members?
Yes, sir.
Chair, Monday is not good for me. Tuesday, I think is clear right now. But my meetings aren't populating on my phone, so. So I would support the 23rd.
What if we scheduled the work session at 1 p.m. on Tuesday? I don't think it's going to take very long, maybe at the most 3 hours. It's now pretty much cut and dry. The actual action that is being requested is the waiver of limited waiver of sovereign immunity for the agreements for Arizona and New Mexico in 2 different legislation. And that would go to the Navajo Nation Council. So we would basically look at and hear from Navajo Nation Department of Justice on their thoughts. Committee members?
second? Monica?
Oh, Chinchilla, go ahead.
Oh, your motion?
Yeah,
There's
I
no
motion
motion yet.
to say 1 p.m. on the 23rd.
Yeah, I was just seconding the motion to, Honorable Slater.
Oh, Slater, you make the motion. Starting at 1 on 23rd. Then we have a regular meeting the next day. And hopefully by that time, the 5-day comment period would be over for at least the New Mexico one.
Chair,
Oh,
on that legislation, they won't let me sign off on it, so you have to talk to Dana.
oh dear. Chad.
Chad, it's all done, it doesn't right now.
Oh dear.
Go ahead, Chair. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Chad, can you go talk to Sherlinda?
I talked to Sherlinda, and Sherlinda told me the same thing, that you have to talk to Dana.
Oh dear.
But
okay.
It's done. It's right. So just to give you an update real quick, the New Mexico provider agreement, that one's already in the 5-day comment period, and the Arizona one, that one, to get Wanuka already signed off on it. So that one's already with OLS, but the new one, the legislation that I drafted just now that's ready is for to confirm the appointment of Dr. Harold Begay for superintendent of schools. So that one's ready for signature.
Okay, let's hope. Can you get Sherlinda to stay a few minutes? Let me get. Honorable Slater, can you preside over this last part while I make a call to Miss Barbara?
Yes, the coup begins. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Chair. Okay, the chair will entertain. Well, I guess I was holding the motion. So, Delegate Wanika, will you elevate your motion to first? Okay. And then, do we have a second to convene on Tuesday, the 23rd at 1 p.m. with DBMHS regarding the limited waiver of sovereign? Okay. The second from Delegate Halona. Any further discussion, committee members? Okay. Delegate Wanika? Agree? Okay. And then Delegate Halona?
Oh, it's great.
Delegate Begay?
Green.
Delegate So?
Green.
Chair So?
Green.
Okay. Gang's all here. Colleagues, that brings us to the end of our agenda. And any announcements or anything? Going twice. Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second, Paul Begay.
Motion from Delegate Wanika, second from Paul Begay, even though Delegate Paul Begay did his second prior to Delegate Wanika. Motion to adjourn, there's no discussion, so Mr. Mose, I'll give you back.
Sir, go ahead. All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Russell Slater. Oh, no. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable S.J. Wanika. Green. Honorable S.J. Wanika votes green. Vice Chair, we have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, adjourned at 5:02 p.m.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Chair. Chair,
Chair So?
Oh, yeah,
you can talk to Dana.
I text her.
Okay, so what you want me
She
to
didn't-
do? You want me to sign in the morning?
Oh, how Santa Fe don't il car.
Well, I can, come here first and sign and then be on my way.
Okay, all right. That means we won't be able to address it until we get a special meeting in December.
Uh-huh.
Maybe we could get 28. Let me see. Let's look at the calendar. If it's tomorrow, the 18th, add 5 days to the 18th. That'll make it around the 25th. Sunday, if we do a special meeting, maybe the 29th, we could address it.
Unless, there's some staff still over there, then I can, take it.
Oh,
Ishashi, let me try.
okay.
All right.
Okay. Staff and committee members, drive safely, travel safe, get a good night's rest. Kagone.